Hello everyone, welcome back to another explosive day of PUBG Mobile. You've woke up on the right side of the bed if you've tuned in for the broadcast, because you got myself and Max guiding you through what should be a very, very fun day of knockouts. Day 2, Max, we made it here, baby. How you doing?
Feeling good. I mean, I'm still a little bit sick, but otherwise, in the mind, I'm perfectly fine here today. I mean, it's going to be exciting. Day 1, opening day of Knockout Stage was very exciting. We had a lot of great games, and I was just missing Rondo, so it was very exciting to see how Rondo was going to go down. And we had some good wins from some favorites and also some newcomers here in the PMGO EECA scene. So exciting to see if we're going to see any consistency continuing today, or if we're going to see some other teams rise up to the top of the leaderboards and claim an opportunity to be in that heavily contested top 4.
Oh yes, it is indeed heavily contested. Let's have a look at the lay of the land then as things stand right now. If you've missed the previous play days of competition, don't worry, we'll get you covered. The only one you really needed to worry about was yesterday, and thankfully for you, we've got the production ready here with the overall ranking. So we can see firmly in the top spot right now, it is going to be DG77, Max.
Yeah, and of course, when you're looking at the top 5 teams here, all of these guys already played 5 games. So DG77, TT Project, Champions, Aurora, SSC, they're looking really good. And you would expect it for teams to play all of those 5 games to be at the top of the rankings. But the consistency in particular we see from DG77 and TT Project is through the absolute roof here, Jackie. So I'm really happy with their performance, especially in a tournament where you got favorites like, you know, especially Aurora, I suppose. And then as you go a little bit lower, right, because it's still really close and you want to be top 4, but so many teams are still in contention, like SSC, which is going to be interesting. But Vicious, man, they played 2 games, which we'll go a little bit deeper on that later on, but 2 games played and yet they're in top 6, making a statement here that they mean business in that short amount of time that they want to claim a spot in the top 4.
Absolutely, mate. No, you set yourself up perfectly there with your point, obviously, about the majority of games already been played out for some of these teams, with the fact that the Vicious is that big outlier. Like you say, we'll get into the discussion on that one in a few moments' time and refresh the memories of the viewers if they didn't catch those 2 games yesterday, as one of them was absolutely monumental. Further down, though, as we can have a look at some of the other squads, is where it gets a little bit more interesting, right? You can see the split of the lesser games that have been played out from some of the other members of the groups. Some of them being teams that potentially, I think we expected to maybe be a little bit higher up, but it is only one day. All sins can be forgiven with 1 day, Max. 2 days. After 2 days, that's when you start getting angry, mate. I know what you're like, so I want to see clean sheets from everyone today, right?
I'm going to be looking at a Erangel game. If we see any amount of hot drops on that map, I'm going to start losing it, Jackie. But no, we got to see some teams initiate a bit of a comeback here because, like, MIRACL played 5 games, D2R played 5 games. Like, teams that played 5 games that are at the bottom of the rankings need to do something. Otherwise, it might get a little bit too dicey. Though, looking at our head-to-head to start off day 2 of the Knockout Stage. Of course, we're looking back at the stats of day 1 of Knockout Stage. And it was our top 2 teams leading the pack, leading the charge forward for EECA. And it's going to be DG77 and TT Project. But in particular, what I do want to highlight here, Jackie, is that survival time from the 2 teams, but in particular the one of TT Project. Over the course of 5 games, you're almost at the 26-minute mark average survival time. That is a crazy high stat that, if they can maintain it today, I would be genuinely surprised, because this is a stat that's so hard to maintain at this level of play.
No, absolutely, mate. You know, I'm glad, you know, these were the 2 teams that you chose to highlight here today to start things off, because there is a lot of narrative behind it that we can sink our teeth into. In the background here, you've got some of the mixed bag of highlights from the games from both of our squads we're talking about here for the viewers at home. But like you say, for TT, right, we were kind of having this initial conversation. As much as it was a weird day, on recalibration, we were chatting about the fact they were one of the only teams, if not the only team, that were playing it as if they were actual legitimate scrims. They were playing it with that mindset of, let's just actually make sure all our mechanics are clean, playing smart PUBG Mobile. Fact is, that survival time is now brought to the real McCoy here with how they're doing it in this lobby that's been fierce, Max. But it's also the fact they're getting elims off the back of it as well. They've been playing good mechanically and still fragging. It's impressive.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really impressive from the 2 teams alike. Of course, because TT Project tend to be a bit more passive, I would say, compared to DG77. They're more reliant on placement points. When you look at DG77, they're a bit more willing to claim those central position 2-2 splits and just kind of zone teams away and just be very proactive in the mid portion of the game. Compared to TT Project, that's more of a late game stage squad that like to try and really go for those big podium finishes. But both teams, slightly different play styles, but both very effective in this PMGO EECA tournament. And we'll see if they can keep it going today. But clearly, where they're playing playstyle. I think they're going to be consistent, Jackie, so I hope that they'll remain very high up there. They're looking at our next graphic here. We've got a lot of things to talk about before getting into it, but it's going to be a player head-to-head. It's going to be Kino from Champions versus Doc from Aurora Gaming. It's going to be the Mongolian head-to-head. And right now, you're looking at the eliminations. Like, oh, that's good. Kino's got 16. Doc's got 14. Again, look at the survival time. Survival time of Doc is 16 minutes, and he's already got 14 elims. The dockening is in full effect.
Mate, you know what's funny is you can't spell KO without OK, and that's in Doc's name. Because he's constantly knocking people out, Max. But in the same way, he tends to get knocked himself pretty early because he's always up for a scrap rate. But that has been really brought to its maximum potential here. We've seen some classic Doc gameplay, which, you know what? The fact he's getting the elims, I'm not going to complain. It's working more than it's failing right now, and it's fun to watch.
Well, I'm going to say, though, maybe sometimes Doc just needs to chill out a little bit, because literally on that first Erangel game yesterday, he sees Go's team with a hovercraft and he's like,
okay, yeah,
bet.
true.
He's like, bet. And they're like, no, don't run towards the hovercraft, please. Doc, you need to calm down a little bit. But here, this was a funny moment. I think this is when you had two. Yeah, they both had the nade in hand, and they just kind of like little kiss on the cheek, went back to fighting. Just Doc things happening across the board, which is what you expect. Again, he was MVP multiple times last year. PMGO, PMWC. Could have maybe made it happen in PMGC. The Grand Slam might happen this year, but good to see another player from Mongolia stepping up, which is Kino, and he has some really good moments. But it's not just he's strong individually, it's more of a team-wide approach, and he's just able to be set up by his teammates really well. So Kino, thumbs up on that one. That was a great opening day in the knockout stage.
Yeah, looks super self-sufficient, right? Again, like you say, one of those players that is able to play around the squad, which has a ton of talent in it. It's why Champions were looking so good on the opening day with how they were being able to pull off some big point earners. But as an individual, he had a lot of self-sustainability that helped them out. Of course, though, we can move on to our highlighted team here and start to sink our teeth into that discussion we alluded to. Now, Max, why don't you set us up here on what your thought process was with this one?
I mean, you're looking at the elimination spread of this team, right? And it's not looking too bad. You're looking at Koa, 6 eliminations. Icy's got 5. You've got... I love how they all call play a long name. They just become one player, one entity that is Team Vicious. Then you do also have Dorian with 3 eliminations and Novalo with 3 eliminations to his name, which is good. You would think over the course of their games is not bad. Keep in mind, then, yesterday they only played 2 games. And Jackie, you even reminded me, right? Their Miramar game was pretty much like chucked away in the trash because they got eliminated so early on by the entirety of Aurora Gaming. So that's pretty much the stats of one game on Rondo, which is crazy to imagine.
That's the crazy bit about it, right? Is because obviously when you look at it and sort of dissect it over 2 games, okay, still pretty good. Over 1 game, that is phenomenal. The fact they were able to climb that high up into the rankings. High even. There we go. God, English. It's always throwing me off this early in the day. But yeah, man, it's crazy where they actually were able to end up off the back of that, you know. That's why we were saying 2 games played. You're that far up the standings. Let's go, boys. Living up to the Vicious name. See what they can bring out today, because there's room for something explosive. Max, this is our map rotation for day 2. I'm liking the look of this. What are your feelings?
I mean, like always, having some Rondo. We're going to have 2 Erangels today compared to yesterday. We had 2 Miramars, 2 Rondos. So good to have 2 maps on the grassy pastures to see how things are going to go down on that battleground. Hopefully, again, the hot drops, hoping they're going to be somewhat fixed up. But yeah, 2 Rondos a day. I'm really loving it, how it's working out in this format. A lot of Rondos played, which means there's going to be a lot more inflated points that can be secured by whichever groups are playing on that specific battleground. But also keep in mind, for the first game of the day, it's going to be Group B that won't be participating on that first Rondo, which means no TT Project, no SSE, no KZ Esports, and no GOAT team. So in particular, the fact that TT Project and SSE here, Jackie, are not playing opens up a pretty decent opportunity for a lot of the teams to maybe close that gap, because again, between 6th place and 7th place is like, I think it's a 15-20 point difference, so teams need to catch up now, or otherwise making it to top 4 on the last day is going to be a really tough task at hand.
No, exactly. If you're coming up close towards sort of the tail end of your run in terms of the rotation intermittently throughout the day that we're doing here with these group stage of games, you really do need to maximize your points, right? This is where, like we're saying, the fact it's day 2, the fact some of these teams are already 5 matches deep, you're going for a hot drop, you blow any chance of actually getting points in a game. I mean, even if you're limping away with 1-2 points max, it's just not enough today. You're going to be absolutely fuming, but the players, and you specifically...
Yeah, no, I'm just hoping that we're going to be seeing some teams try and make a bit of a catch-up. Just don't go for the hot drops. There were so many teams, I think it was in Group C, that were just sending it early on an Erangel, just in weird spots. But Jackie, if you do want to go for hot drops, guess what? Rondo is the place to make it happen. Here we go. Match 1. Day 2. Knockout stage is going to be on the menu. It's going to be good old Rondo. Again, single plane. No double planes. We had a few of those in Eastern Europe, but it's just not meant to be in EECA, it seems. And it's going to go right above the head of Neox Factory and not too far away from Yulin. So again, this should be good to split apart these main early game hot drops so we don't have too much madness happening in one area. And as always, 3-1 splits is going to be the name of the game for all of these squads if they do want to participate in that early game war.
Yes, and I am curious, specifically I was thinking more for Champions and AMIX, depending on how they go on this one. They were willing to head towards Neox last time around. It seems like they've already jumped out early, though. You got the wrap up there towards Stadium side through Default and the rest of the crew. Actually going for a bit of a split up from it, so he can set up early for the recall. Maybe they are going to be taking a fight here. AMIX have been loving this one whenever they get a chance, so that could be fun to see what they pull out. Loving the look of it. Mate, I do hope as well, just as a side note, before they inevitably get thrown into the sort of arena, Avalanche have had some really rough starts to games where it's not been looking too great for them. So fingers crossed for the boys there. They'll be able to have a better sign of life today to kick things off. They need a win.
Just get a recall tower early game, because otherwise you're going to have the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game down to a solo, which you don't want. Just a solo player just kind of rotating around the map and hoping he can get access to a recall tower for free. A lot of the time, those are going to be camped by a full squad, sometimes even just a duo if it's the likes of DG77, so you do have to be a little bit more cautious. Looking at Yulin, of course, typical drop for Aurora Gaming. They like to go there. It's their bread and butter when it comes to Rondo. They're going to have 2 other squads. Their Mongolian brethrens of champions are going to be located over there. And same for MIRACL, that currently is our lowest ranked team here. So I'm going to say this is a very important fight for MIRACL. They can't afford to take the L. As I say that, Tiger's already knocked on out. So this is going to make it way harder for them to beat this Mongolian 8-man team, kind of.
Yeah, the hybrid, the chimera. You know, they've been kind of forming together and becoming this monstrosity in the lobby that you want to avoid for the best of your abilities. Ooh, Zixi over there in the Elim feed early on, up against Champions. That's going to be a nice start there, at least for Afterlife, coming out swinging. You can see Motion as well, getting a bit of damage down range, and 27 plus taking the fight towards Havlik and Co. So it's AMIX being thrown a few punches their way early. This is what we want. You can already see the seeds being planted of it being an explosive start into Rondo, which is the dream.
Yeah, but AMIX didn't win it yesterday, so they were actually eliminated. I think it was by Avalanche. You mentioned them earlier. They did have a decent fight against AMIX, but I think the deeper they got into the factory portion of Neox, it just got a bit dicey over there. 27 plus able to find himself 1 knock onto a player of AMIX, so that's looking pretty good for them to just pad their numbers a little bit in the elimination feed. As things now slowing down a little bit, I think a lot of teams already lost a few of their members, pulling off the recall. So as you lose members, you've just been a little bit more cautious because you are going to be somewhat limit testing yourself in these hot drop situations. Cyrex, UMP, the AKM. Not an amazing loadout. I think you would definitely like to have yourself maybe a shotgun at this kind of range. Doc, though, trying to go for a quick wraparound with a Pico bus, and now in nade range. You know what that means, Doc, with the nades. He's looking good, he's looking strong, really good to find Cyrex, though. That's a good shot from Cyrex through the AKM. Good recoil on the iron sight. And even Reefus is going to be knocked on out, so Zyor, sole survivor here, trying to redeem this game for his squad of Aurora Gaming. Wrapping around the corner of that rock. Cyrex is going to just go on out and flush that point. Of course, wants to try and confirm every single one of those points while he's still alive in this game in Yulin. And now pushing over the side, and that's Zyor next to full. This is a complete destruction of Aurora Gaming, and MIRACL finally to claim a few points on this Rondo match.
That's huge, mate. Really nice duel from them there. Honestly, when Cyrex turned that first corner, it looked like he was looking for the world's tallest man with a UMP, so I was a little bit worried for him. But as soon as it actually came to a real fight, rips the head off of Doc, plays it nicely on the peak as well. Good stuff. That's what you want to see. Yeah, sure, they're going to recall, but you're more than happy to sort of start the day with your chest padded out and some points in the backpack. So that's the dream there. Let's see how this fight continues, though. It was starting well for 27 plus. Of course, that was against AMIX. It's continuing relatively nicely as well, as Aslanboy is able to just swing through the door and slam it in the face of TGM.
By the way, I'm just looking at the elimination feed. Also, sorry, the leaderboard on the right side. MIRACL had 3 points before the day started over the course of all their games yesterday. Now they actually got himself double the points in this game alone. So, a little bit of a comeback. Not too bad. But yeah, 27 plus. My Buzz going to be knocked on out As Ked also, keep in mind, Motion, the Polish squad, is going to be playing their first game. They've been on a little bit of a break yesterday, so they're out of a break. Finally playing some more matches here in PMGO EEC8. Yeah, things calming down a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if some teams want to try and just exit this area entirely. You don't have to be stuck in it whatsoever. But usually the fight just tends to go until one team remains. So I wouldn't be surprised also if teams just want to hard commit to the engage. As MIRACL, there you go. They got their recall tower. They're going to be back up as a full squad. Although this fight's still raging on, Jackie, it seems. It's going to be happening in Yulin and Afterlife, a team that also had some decent moments. In particular, looking at Windy, was absolutely having a field day on that opening day of Knockout. But can they claim even more lives inside of Yulin? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, just how much can you take? Playing Rondo early game, Max, is effectively... You ever seen that meme? The guy who can't hold all the oranges?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just like, just Doc. I physically can't hold all these elims. It's kind of just what pops to mind. Anyway, though, it does carry on with champions being able to recover from the situation they were in here versus Afterlife. Like you said, it's been a bit of an elongated bout between these two. It's just more individual encounters, really. Weren't able to group up massively. Windy's in the back line. They'll be able to reset and stay alive. So it's not all doom and gloom for them, but squeezing any extra points out of it has probably gone a bit overcooked on this one. Now, you'd like to keep Windy in good stead as well. He's really a player that turns beastly. Feels like if he sort of feeds the hot hand early into a day as well, he plays a blinder. So if he's able to start out nicely on this match into Rondo, then you want to be highly aware of him the longer the day goes on. He builds that momentum quick.
Yeah, and I think he was actually trying to cut off the rotation of champions as they're trying to exit Yulin. Really good defense from Duchu, though, with the Org able to find himself so much damage on those three players, but he's just not able to find the knocks. Though his teammate will be there to assist him in time. That's going to be Ked. The nade's looking strong, and it will get the knock onto Ruse and Boss. 27 plus, falling like flies. Things are just not working out for the Uzbeki team. Now follow-up nade, a little bit overcooked there. Well, undercooked realistically, but a little bit too far on the throat. Ked. Now looking to find the opening through that door. So far, yeah, really good fight from the side of Motion. Able to get himself some really good engages. The most impressive fight from this team was clearly on Calibration on that shelter finish where it was eventually won by Vicious. It was a really good showcase of what this team could do, especially with a P90 in the hands of Ked. Here, though, no P90. Of course, dropping in the Ox are going to be quite limited in terms of loot. But I do want to keep something in mind. So looking back at Windy, we were just talking about Windy a few seconds ago. It's kind of cool to try and keep a few of your players with 2 lives because that means you can take a little bit more risks in the mid-game portion of this match. Because if you do go for a typical 2-2 split, send some players on the front line, if Windy gets knocked out, boom, second life right away, so you don't have to waste it instantly. You can still have some use later on, so you don't have to just send it YOLO because guess what? You're going to be recalled. So I do like to see some teams maintain those extra lives just a little bit deeper on these Rondo games. As Aslam now left as a solo in a 1v2. Will he be able to survive and take home this 1v2 fight? Those 2 eliminations. Door opened up. Goes for the pre-fire. Really good engage with a JS9 from Aslam. Can he make it 1 for 2? It's Ked also trying to hit some shots. He's just 1 bullet away from death. He goes right behind him, gets some damage, but Ked will survive. And that is going to be the one-on-one trade. Duchu going to be rezzed right back up by Ked. And that's going to be the side of 29 out of this game. Well, not out of this game. Out of Neox in particular. They're still there. But just not there in that position.
Yeah, holding on, but it's stable, but critical right now. They will be able to reset themselves, though, so it's not the end of the world. Good stuff, though, so far, mate, from Motion, right? Obviously, like you were touching on, back in Calibration, one of the big factors there was just how crisp they looked in terms of gun skill. That's what was winning them a lot of encounters they ran into, where they're not scared to fight. Like, they are really crisp when it comes to the actual duels. Mechanically, they're up there, and I think that sort of Polish powerhouse play is already on display. You saw the control they had towards the rooftop. It looked like calm comms as well, and they were calling for the backup. Ked was really sick on the reposition, got the instant nade into assist, but the raw damage you're hitting from that sort of range, basically taking a 1v3, was artificially staggered by 27. Yeah, dude, not the sort of fight you want to take against them. So lovely to see Motion with 5 elims. Let's keep an eye on them. Can they maintain that? That's the question. Meanwhile here, Destined to Rise, thrown into a fight versus Mad. They had a mixed bag yesterday, but right now they could be beaming from ear to ear. Oh, they especially will be after they get the first full flush onto a team. Goodbye, Destined to Rise, as they are down and out.
Yeah, that's going to be a full elimination on them. Unfortunate, right, a team that was in 18th place before this game started and will remain there. Maybe even slip on down depending on what Amix and MIRACL can do in the rest of this match. Things not looking too good. Vicious, though, looking to clean up shop in Ryan. And also keep in mind that this is going to be a really good position for this circle. We didn't talk about the circle too much, right? It is very northern for Rondo game. You don't see these happen too often. Well, I say that we had 2 of them in Eastern Europe, but I tell you, usually they're very rare. We just had them a lot recently back in Eastern Europe, so some of the teams that were in that Eastern European region will have just a little bit more experience with these kind of circles as compared to the other PMNC qualified teams. But 777 will be rotating just slightly up north of Ryan, so Vicious got to be a little bit careful to not overcommit to this fight. They could get pincered at this point. You don't want to take that risk. As outside of these teams, most of the squads do make their way in the play zone. Just a few stragglers still in the blue. 27 plus. Ruzin is still out there, looking to make his way to the recall tower in Neox. He's trying to wait for Motion to leave, and actually Motion are leaving. So we could see 27 plus up to a decent player count. If I'm looking at their recall system that's available, they still have one. I think they're going to get 1 reset, maybe 2. They might be up to a trio, depending on who had the extra life. But this is still not going to be looking too good, as even though this circle is going to shift in phase 3, they're going to take a lot of damage, and phase 3 pops, and it is going to be, again, hard shift to the east. The river's still in play, and actually almost no bridges are going to be in the circle, except for one right next to champions. So this is going to be very hard. If you're a southern team, you've got to really start to think about how you want to execute this macro rotation.
Now, what's your pathway going to be looking like here? And how's it going to go down? Just having a quick look at the map feed, just seeing what sort of encounters we could be getting out of this next, as everyone does bustle their way down towards the zone. Kind of forgot about Amix with how long they've been quiet for as well, which is uncharacteristic of that team, considering how they usually like to approach things, but obviously haven't really had the best run of it yet in terms of being able to convert their jewels into points. And then it's just that duo left with limited recalls to work with. So we'll see if they cook later on into it. It'll have to be more of a slow burn if they do find an opportunity. For DG77 though as well, maybe that's another chance for them to shine later. Mad looking particularly aggressive today, amped up off the back of that wipe against Destined to Rise. And they get vision onto the Amix rotate as well. Do put shots down range, limited damage into the back of the vehicle, so nothing really to write home about, but scaring them, Max. You know, scaring, that's what you need. Show your presence.
Yeah, just put a little spooky mask on and we'll never crash your location. But no, it's good. You just want to try and make sure you zone teams away, and especially in a circle like this where teams are still going to be quite late on their rotation. If they hear a few shots mid-rotate, they're going to be like, okay, maybe we just go for secondary options. So hopefully no one's going to be fully sending it on your compound. Oh, here you go. Assist feature being used by champions trying to get access to the rooftops. Love this feature. It gives you just so much more elevation as compared to your usual PUBG Mobile esports games. Something that I think a lot of people just didn't really think about too much, Jackie, is just how much of an impact that feature really has. Some roofs that were completely unplayable in the past now are playable, so you just got to be so much more aware of how you approach these specific locations that have some roofs that now indeed are playable with this assist feature. So do have to keep in the back of your mind. As though now over to a big position in this circle is going to be the Western Mountaintop. Butcher almost nading himself down. But this is going to be heavily contested, and this time DG77 want a piece of this mountain.
They might want more than just a piece, potentially. They might want to take the whole damn thing if they can get themselves into a spot to actually force them off. With the initial chip damage, it looked like they were thinking about going for more of a heavy commit. But you do still have that split on it, so they're not going to be completely overwhelmed if we get a collapse up from a squad like Afterlife or potentially Ozorox as well. But Freezer will stay close by. He's got the vehicle for the getaway if he does need to cut his losses on it and try and reposition out. We get a quick POV adjustment back over onto Mad Esports as well, still just looking out through the windows, trying to keep their noses clean, assess where the fight's coming from. Meanwhile, it doesn't get any better for 27 plus, it seems. They've ran back into motion for a second time as they try and push their way up, and the zone is eating them as well. Feels like this could be all for naught, really. There they go.
You could see the instant regret. He spots a play. He's like, damn it, I'm not going to be able to pull that res. I'm not going to be able to heal up whatsoever. He tried. Unfortunately, it was just not meant to be. 27 plus eliminated fully from this game. Still able to get himself 7 eliminations inside of that Neox factory fight. So not too shabby of a game indeed. Mad Esports, though, making their own way deeper and deeper inside of the city of Ryan. And as they're going to be clashing with a few players of Vicious. But Vicious not looking to really push just yet. Some of their building behind circle, but it's not really super safe, so I would love to see how far they're going to be trying to push their way forward versus Mad Esports, as ARCRED cleaning up shop here, also on the southern edge, which is really good. So far, the only team south of the river is going to be ARCRED, meaning if they're going to be crossing a river or going over a bridge, they will not have anyone shooting them from behind, which is going to make that rotation a little bit smoother to execute, but still, everyone is in the circle except for them, so it's not going to be looking too good for good old ARCRED. As Aurora, though, actually just kind of peeked in this compound here, Jackie. They just got some intel, just like, you know what? Not worth it. It's not even in the bloody circle. So just going to get back in the car and rotate. They're getting right into the open, loving arms of 777. And they're getting picked off one by one, down to just a duo. It's Rufus and Zyol.
Oh, well. Blink and you'd miss it. They are gone. The Aurora lights removed, mate. Yeah. Minute they hop out the vehicles, their heads are taken clean off. So fair play. 777 hitting the jackpot just in the moment they needed to. Actually pretty good in terms of the spot that's going to leave them in right now with elims as well. That's 6 to play with thus far. If they can keep on climbing, it might not be a bad start to the day for them. ARCRED on screen here, shots down, that's champions that are guarding the edge side here on entry as well. They do have vehicles to close the gap. Avalanche with a backstab onto them in the meantime as well, so a bit of infighting potentially that could save the bacon of ARCRED on their move up.
Thing is, yeah, you would send... I don't like what ARCRED is doing here. They're trying to split their resources way too thinly. They're sending players on the bridge, some players to the eastern side, maybe trying to get an off-angle onto champions, but it's just really not going to be super effective. Luckily, though, Motion is kind of helping them out. Ken able to find one knock onto Atomic, flushed out fully of that game. So, you know what? Maybe there's a bit of a redemption arc available for ARCRED. Vicious, again, this fight in Ryan's been going on for the longest time in this Rondo match. Though, can they clean it up? Can they get all those eliminations? So far, it's looking pretty decent for them. There's still one more player over to the northern eastern edge of Ryan. At this point, you should just send all of your forces over there to clean up that position and then put your focus on making your way deeper in circle number 4. Maybe circle 5 if they can survive long enough for that, which I don't see why not. But we still have 11 teams in this circle, Jackie, so we're going to start to lose a lot of squads upon this next circle, especially if it shifts away from the western edge. A lot of the teams are still holding down that mountain position. The likes of Avalanche, Amix, Ozorox, etc. are still looking to try and defend their position. I think the circle might have a different plan in mind. Flicker just left stranded here alone on the... Actually, not alone. He's got a teammate right next to him, right? It's going to be Hardboy. But champions, as they took one casualty earlier, will they be able to defend their position, or will they just try and rotate and just let it be?
Curious if this is going to work out as well. Are they going to come running through that door and get absolutely obliterated? They clear it nicely, but the bait out on the face. Ooh, Narvalo. He's the human sacrifice. Good reposition as well. The drop through the window. Shots into the door. The Vicious keeping him guessing the off angle. Icy. Nice. Good peek there. He spots him out through the small gap on the window with a lean in and does punish. Ooh. Got me a little bit worried on that one, Max. I was thinking he was actually going to run away with things. Felt like the sort of play, man. Hit a couple tasty shots. He was ready for it, bro. The drop down towards the window. Blood was pumping. Too early in the morning, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good movement tech from Takinov, able to get that first knock. Not really moving, so he's not able to give any indication of his location with the footsteps. And able to go through the window, as you said. No, really good trying to attempt at clutching up the entirety of Vicious, but... it is Vicious, so if you're going to clutch them up, it is definitely not going to be an easy task at hand. Though, as Vicious won their fight, 777 are looking to encroach on their terrain in Ryan, so that's going to be a fight that should unfold. We'll keep an eye out on the elimination feed whenever that pops up. ARCRED Hardboy does make his way forward. It's going to be a quick rotation from some players, and that is going to be Motion looking to get himself that knock. But unfortunately, Motion will lose every single one of their members, and that is going to be an early death in this game. 8 teams now remaining, meaning placement points are now going to start raining on in for these squads. How many, that is going to be the question, as Avalanche also to the west. As I said, this mountain was looking really strong, but for the first time this game, Avalanche will have to leave this position. And there's not a lot of really strong spots in this circle. It's just an open valley area. You've got a few little ridges and slight slopes to work around. So down to the cover flares, that is exactly what you need to play around if you want to survive this next circle shift.
Right then, can Vicious win out on this one with the nades primed? So many to play with. Warrior, is he going to come out and play? He eats the nade straight towards the face with the follow-up shots from Koa to dispatch him, and they will flush through on that one as well, leaving only a single man, and you can see him bailing immediately off in the distance, trying to get away. Shots down range, Koa out for blood, wants the second as well, but they barely subverted the rounds and been able to tuck back in to stay alive. Meanwhile, Afterlife down towards the swampy depths as well, looking to tuck in, with Avalanche consistently throwing utility over towards Ozorox, and now they will crash into it. Mind yourself, Molodoit nearly gets bonneted by his mate, but they will commit to the fight and make this one look relatively easy. The Bulls on the side of Ozorox have been handled. Inside that smoke, a last-ditch attempt, dives in the vehicle to bait the shots, but they still find him, Max.
How does Molodoit... Okay, observation haki activated right there. He's just able to spot all of the players in the smoke. Really good use of the S12K there in CQC. Unfortunately, the focus is going to be now on them. It's going to be the Vicious looking to claim a few extra elimination points here as Doran, he's there. He's CQC also, running it down in the smoke, and that is going to be it. Game over. Afterlife sent out of this game, back to the lobby you go. 5 eliminations, not a bad game for them. Able to also almost make it to top 6. It was just not quite meant to be. Vicious looking very healthy this game indeed. And there's no full squad remaining, right? Everyone down to just a duo or a trio this game. And also a few solos for 777 and TGM. But ARCRED, I'm really surprised, Jackie. I didn't think they'd be able to make it successfully over the water. But the fact they still had a portion of that river ridge to play around, and champions were getting wounded by motion, it was kind of the perfect setup for them to make that transition north of the riverside. And right now, with the 3 players remaining, actually, this is a good chance that we could see ARCRED take home this chicken dinner, as everyone is involved in this western side fight between Vicious, Avalanche, and also the duo of Champions Esports.
A little bit spicy here. This is going to be a bit of an intense breakfast for a lot of our teams. Quite a full belly off the back of this one. And for the Vicious or Avalanche, I mean, if they can actually still find a way to coast this out, dude, you get those placement points starting to accrue on top of the elim game they've found so far. Breaching the double digits, oh yeah, it would be a hell of a start for them. And Butcher keeps it going. There you go, that's the final hole punch through champions, shutting down Kino. Butcher going off, they break into 10 points on the elims. Dream scenario so far here.
Really good engage. Yeah, champions unfortunately getting picked off one by one. It was making it just way harder for them to wrap up this endgame. Molodoit, really good use of the smoke here in FPP, trying to get some intel on the exact pinpoint location of the Vicious players. But he got 7 nades, might as well use them. I don't know why he's being so scarce with the utility usage. Come on, you got 7 to use! Start throwing it over to them. They're behind a ridge. This is a perfect scenario to use it. You don't want to give 7 nades over to Vicious. That would be such a waste of utility. Now he's making over to the cover flare. Just a little bit more tangible kind of defense instead of just the mystery of the smokes. Those teammates to back him up. 10 elims, Avalanche definitely waking up big time on this first game of Day 2 of Knockout.
Oh yeah. Watch this though, Max.
Ooh,
watch this, mate. There we go.
You knew it.
Oh, you could see it coming. The setup. Molodoit just looks so pumped. He was constantly taking the peek. You're like, this ain't going to end well, buddy. He had that one chance on the first face, and then you could see the nade being primed. It's all gone wrong off the back of that, and they can push up into the face of Avalanche. These were the 2 sides that were looking to really hoover up all the points on the lobby as well. And it's brutal. Maybe Butcher. Oh, maybe not after that one. Very slim level of HP left to play with. If you can find a bit of a respite now, grab Koa back up, which they are doing. Might actually be okay for the reset. I mean, Butcher's healed off it though, Max, but you're just trapped in position. They know where you are. You're outnumbered 3-1.
It's not looking too good. I mean, someone needs to tell Avalanche that whatever loot you get in this game is not going to be, you know, brought over into the next game. You need to use it eventually in these games. They're going to try and go for a reset on this fallen comrade. We'll see if Molodoi is going to be brought back to life in this game. Vicious, though, again, might become our back-to-back Rondo Kings here. Got the chicken dinner yesterday as a duo in a 2v3v3 scenario. And here could be looking to make it happen once again, though. There's still a few stragglers around this circle. You're going to have 3 players of ARCRED, a solo player 3TN of 777, and a duo in Butcher and Molodoi of Avalanche. As Fleeke, he's very close. He's split in a 2-1 split currently of his team. He's very close, but I believe remains undetected right now. Vicious, they got some cars. Not in great condition, right? This buggy's going to be smoking up, so just a spray or two, and that car is going to go up in smokes. It's getting a bit risky here. Butcher, no more nades. They lost all the nades, right, from some of their players, which is unfortunate. But Molodoi should have still a few. And he still has 5. Okay, Molodoi, just send it out. When anyone is in nade range, I want to see that raining down. I want to see a red zone in this circle from Molodoi. Come on.
Yeah, bro. Become the human mortar and hold them away. Thing is, he was looking particularly fired up when he was up on the hillside. Ooh, he wanted to fight the world, but the world comes swinging right back in the form of Fleeke. And that's a nice connection. ARCRED sending them down to just one man. Snowed in, snowed under. Butcher with a lot to do.
Oh, that's a good cover flare. Thing is, that is going to give your location away. But because the solo player of 777 is out, he can really start to expand on this location, which is what he's going to do. Set up a little bit of a defensive position for himself. Maybe also could be used as a kind of a bait for nades. If you put down cover flares, naturally you see a cover flare, you want to try and nade it, so you might use just a few pieces of utility away from the trio of Vicious. But it's a proper 3v3 scenario here, so a little bit unpredictable. Phase 7, we're still going to have one thing that could be a hard shift, or it could be going center. So we'll wait until the circle, because all the members are indeed in phase number 7. So we don't have to force a fight just yet. But this 2-1 split is looking good. The thing is, if Fleeke goes down, everything falls apart. But he could be the one he's sneaking around the corner here. This could be literally the play that wins the game for ARCRED, which they desperately need to be comfortable at the top of the rankings. Oh, he's running away. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering if he thought maybe they were slightly closer. Maybe he thought he gave him the audio cue, but what's he getting from the death crate there on the reposition? I
think he's going to get the 5 nades on Molodoi. That could be huge onto Vicious, actually, that kind of range. Ooh.
Hey, man. It could be a potential fight-winning call. Get yourself the extra util. Like you said, I mean, Molodoi was loaded up. Yeah, he's found them. 5 nades in the back pocket now, Max.
Okay, Avalanche might just have gifted the chicken dinner to ARCRED through loot. That would have been a crazy run of events. But Vicious, they hear that first nade, they're like, okay, we've got to pull back a little bit. And also, they're not going to be running about. They're not going to give any audio cues with their footsteps, making it just slightly harder for Fleeke to hit it. He just went for the circle, right? Phase 8 did pop, is going to start closing up in the next 5 seconds. And as the circle closing in, they're going to become even more predictable in terms of where they might just be hiding. As Star and Glory, the teammates of Fleeke, are also going to be pushing their way into the zone. They do make it in successfully for one of them. Oh, that's a good nade. Ooh. Decent damage onto Icy. He's got the first aid, so he's instantly going to heal up from that. But again, demanding respect from Vicious, making sure they don't push too far. Otherwise, one nade could get a knock or two very easily for Fleeke.
Yeah, the information goes both ways, but the bruises that he's leaving on the Vicious will be remembered, even if they can buff them out currently. Hoping as well, at this point late game, you're wondering just how many meds they have. Obviously, they're not privy to the information we have here, so if he can try and get that chip damage onto them, try and drain their utility for a final fight, it's the best case scenario. Works well, though. Hasn't been wasting the nades, which is good to see. He's keeping them viable the longer this one goes on. And Fleeke's off angle could be very pivotal still. Yes, they're aware somewhat of his location, but if he can find that first frag, it could be big. He's priming another nade on this. You see he's getting that pin pulled. Has he got this one on the money? Casts it over. Lands just shallow.
I'm hearing more cover flares coming down. Not sure who chucked it. I believe it might have been from a player from ARCRED. Just again creating more of a defensive position. Fort Knox created here on Rondo in phase 8. Number 9, actually. We're going to center up. It's going to be slightly more in favor of ARCRED. That's a good nade from Fleeke. The damage and a knock. No time for Rez here. He's going to try and do the back-to-back. This nade is right on the money too. A little bit too far. Overcooked would have been better. But still, Fleeky doing the play of the game. Looking for the final member here. Looking for Doran. And there you have it. Dropping 1, 2. Looking for the final one. It's going to be Icy. Trying to make it work around this cover flare. In the smoke, but it's just not going to be enough. We're looking here at ARCRED claiming the first chicken dinner of day 2 of the knockout stage.
Yeah, that is incredible, mate. Not only is it ARCRED, it's purely one man. That's unbelievable, right? Fleeky just does it single-handedly, like comes out with a Thanos maneuver. I'll do it myself, he said, Max, as he runs away with that one. God, you know, we're questioning it in the moment when you're catching the rotate. He was hitting the perfect flank. I was thinking maybe he's made a step. No, he found the nades and puts them to great use. The conversion rate on those nades was unbelievable, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Molodor is going to rewatch it from the side of Avalanche. Like, if only I used my 7 grenades. He used 2 out of the 7. It could have been them making it, even maybe just a silver medal, right? To second place, it would have been a big win for Avalanche. But he just got a little bit too hesitant with that utility. And you know what? Flick is like, I'll do it myself, as you said. And what a beautiful opening nade too, right? Because he was just waiting for the blue zone to push Vicious behind that ridge, which makes it very easy to predict exactly where they're going to be located. One nade, a knock, putting one player down to, I think it was just a quarter HP remaining. Then you just convert it with the rest of your team. He didn't even need the rest of his team, realistically. He just finished it up entirely as a solo. So what a play from Fleeky and ARCRED to claim this chicken dinner here on Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, they just absolutely scattered it. It got to that point where I think the Vicious had played such a blinder up to that point where they feel like they're very confident, they're in a great spot. Then suddenly it's all turned on its head. You're playing not to lose, far more timid on the plays. You're thinking, okay, eventually we'll get a window. This is the push-up. You even see they get that tag, right? Initial bullet. They're probably thinking, oh, okay, we've got him. No, you've got a nade straight on top of 2 of you. And then on the split out, he's got cover at a free angle. Yeah, just brutal scenes. Max plays that one perfectly, honestly. Really nice to see. That's a great debut game today from ARCRED.
I think also Fleeky was just playing 4D chess because those cover flares, if I'm not mistaken, Jackie, were also put down earlier in the game by Fleeky. I think he knew the circle was going to be shifting his way and forcing all of those teams over the ridgeline, so he could use it as a defensive position to gatekeep whichever team was remaining over to the west, which in this case was Vicious. So the nade play, the looting, the cover flares, everything was set up so perfectly that there was almost no way Fleeky was going to miss out on that chicken dinner, taking up the 1v3 onto Vicious. Fleeky, always, in my eyes, has been, Jackie, one of the top fraggers in the region, but here, just also the mindset he had behind that play was just 10 out of 10 stuff. Beautiful gameplay from this player.
Yeah, monstrous and methodical. You know, he had the brains and the brawn to a perfect degree there. That was very nice to watch. We've got our overall match summary from that one as well. Obviously, match 6 overall, including the 5 games we had yesterday. We can highlight how things have gone here. Bit more of a Healy game than anything. Couple headshots coming around as well. Players did look crisp, Max, going into this one. I will say, it feels like maybe yesterday was the real warm-up for a lot of our teams. They've come out absolutely pipped to the post on today's action.
I wouldn't go that far just yet. I'm going to wait for the Erangel. I'll see if the sins of day 1 can be excused. But no, it was a good game. Unfortunately for all of the teams, the circle was very rough. You go northern side of the river, which happens very rarely here on Rondo games. Of course, Fleek is going to be your match MVP. Not really too surprised here. Actually, only 156 healing done despite being the player on the front line for ARCRED. So he was very effective in the sense of trying to not give his location away, trying to remain fully hidden and taking that fight when he had the biggest advantage possible. So really big thumbs up there. But yeah, impressive results. And again, sure, we're talking a lot about ARCRED, right, getting the chicken dinner here thanks to Fleek here, but still, we do have to say that Vicious had an amazing game, double-digit eliminations, looking really strong. Kua's up there, right, and he's going to be able to be our second top fragger of this game. But they're going to be actually jumping up in 3 games alone. I think they might just be making it to top 6, top 5, which, with the amount of games played, Jackie, is an absolute statement that this team is going to be looking to claim a top 4 spot to make it to these grand finals.
Yeah, dude, I'd say so. I think this was quite a message of a game that was sent from them there. Once again, it's kind of crazy when you think about the facts as well, Max. There was 2 opportunities, 2 fights in reality where Molodor probably could have shut down the Vicious there. You're thinking from the top hill fight, obviously, where he got knocked, where he was looking like he was just on top of the world, kind of like taking every peek. He was getting back shots off into them, but damn, it didn't go right for him in the end. He will still still be in our top fraggers for that one, though. Let's have a look overall in how that point breakdown is going to be going. Obviously, you do have ARCRED up on top there, as they did walk away with the chicken dinner and those 14 eliminations. So a 24-point game. Close behind them, though, the Vicious Max, another 15 points. Another game, another big scorer. Good track record thus far.
Especially on Rondo, right? You get back-to-back a chicken dinner followed up by a second place with double-digit eliminations on the first Rondo. Here, almost reaching the double elimination threshold in terms of elims. So they're looking just very consistent as a squad, and especially making it through Raynan, right? They just had a mini-city finish somewhat against some teams up there in Ryan. So very strong presence from this team. They're looking on the second page. Some teams taken out really, really early, especially Destine to Rise. It's very unfortunate we didn't see them have access to a recall tower. That did cause them to go out very early on in this match, which you just really don't want to see on a Rondo game, because I keep repeating this point. I sound like a broken record, but the inflated points on Rondo are just so important that you can't afford to have a 0-point game, have a bubble like that. So Destine to Rise need to step it up, because otherwise they might just fall out of contention for our top 4 slots.
Oh yeah, Rondo is like Christmas has come early for these teams if you're able to get into it and just hoover up all the points, right? So yeah, if you go out early, you're doing yourself a disservice. Let's have a look at the overall rankings, though, and see if there's any shift in things here. Slight bit of movement, of course, with that being another game played for champions, so they'll move up 1 point ahead of TT, getting themselves with 63 points in the back pocket now. In terms of the lower side, though, that's the big move up for ARC, all the way up to 7th place, increasing their ranking by 6 points here, Max.
Yeah, really big jump. But of course, because we have such a small amount of games played, as a very small sample size, you're able to make a big jump with a chicken dinner like this, especially with the amount of elims they were able to secure. So good on ARCRED, 4 matches played, able to actually get close to teams that played 5 and 6 matches at the top. So really good comeback from this squad. Though looking onto the second half of the rankings, yeah, D2R falling off a little bit. Though I'm still waiting to see more from Amix. Sure, you could give them a little bit of a break, because they've only played 3 matches, so it's fine for them to be so much lower on the rankings. But I was expecting more going into this, right, Jackie? Especially based on what we witnessed from this team going back in PMGO EEU. Right now, for me at least, they're not living up to those initial expectations I had for them. So I'm just going to give them a little bit more respite, a little bit more time to get those performance on board, because we know this team has a lot of potential. It's just not been the best opening day for them in Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair, dude. Give them time. Let them cook, as the youth would say, right? Let them cook. We'll see how that goes, though, if they can build into it and get themselves into a better spot as the day rolls on. It's only one of the 2 rondos for some of our teams today as well. We'll hit that note on the head as well for any new viewers that are coming in. Of course, we are switching out our groups relatively regularly. So if you joined us and you go, where's my favourite team? Don't worry. Plenty of opportunities to see them climb through the rankings as we do shuffle things around further on throughout the day. Map pool's interesting today as well, Max, of course, with us having the 1 Miramar, double Erangel. So hoping for a bit more consistency maybe from your side, from our teams today.
I mean, yeah, especially the teams of Group C that are going to be playing this game. I'm looking in particular, well, ARCRED stepped up, which is good to see, but I want to see Motion, I want to see 27 Plus get himself some early eliminations here, because, well, not early eliminations, hopefully not, because that would mean a hot drop. I'll just get more average points on board on the Erangel is what I'm expecting. But this time around is going to be Group D that won't be participating, so no Destine to Rise, DG77, Avalanche, or Meta, so they're all going to have a cheeky little break here entering Day 2.
Yeah, it will be nice to see them when they return. But that's where we're going to be going for now, for a brief break. Join us when we come back in for some more action following this.
Start the war!
Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. All right, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
I'm Christopher Judge, and when PUBG Mobile approached me about being the voice architect for the Centaur, I knew this would be something very special. Now, I'm bringing two souls to life. Through Helios. One legend, two faces. Feel the epic. Stay tuned.
Hey, we're back, everyone. Thanks for joining us as the battle continues here. Myself and Maxman have been deep in thought, discussing some of the intricacies we've seen there from our teams in their opening game. Obviously, just a tablespoon of how the day will go, though, Max. So we'll keep some of that pre-game chat for ourselves until it becomes true on the server. Let's have a little bit of a look, though, at what's coming up next. Erangel, one of two that we're going to be playing today, with A, B, C, and E competing backs.
Yep, no Group D. Again, quick little reminder as to who's not going to be playing this one. It's going to be Destine to Rise, DG77, Avalanche, and MIRACL, having a quick break for our next 3 games on Erangel, Miramar, and Rondo. And means the teams that are going to be playing this time around is going to be teams of Group B. So the teams that are going to be joining the fray once more are going to be TT Project, SSE, KZ Esports, and GOAT Team. So in particular, GOAT Team, I want to know, right, because they're playing on this game, are they going to be looking to clash with Aurora Gaming on Military Island? Because that was happening yesterday. We had some fights on the western coast. We had fights happening in farm sometimes. It was all over the place. It was a bit hectic, but it's Erangel. It's back here, Jackie. Are we going to have some hot drops, or are teams going to play this a little bit more seriously?
We'll find out. We'll find out. You know what? Morbid curiosity tells me I'd like to see 1 or 2 hot drops, just because I'm kind of twisted like that. But I do think maybe it will be a little bit more reasonable today, Max. I think maybe they've learned from their lessons.
I'm hoping, but I don't like you like this. I don't like how you getting excited, just like more
Yeah, dude.
I know.
I'm that kind of guy, you know. It's one of those. If you're just like, hang on a minute, you're telling me they're going to risk it all? Yeah, let's see. Why not?
So, like, we could go for an early hot drop in a random part of Erangel, or try and compete and make it to a LAN event competing for the lion's share of $500,000. Maybe also qualify to PMWC, which is going to be $3 million. I'll go for the hot drop. Thank you very much.
Cool. I mean, yeah, that's all well and good. That would be amazing. You know, I could be a generational talent and assert my legacy in PUBG Mobile, but I could hot drop farm. And, I mean, you know, it's hot dropping farm.
I just want a little bit of, dopamine, serotonin, I want all the good chemicals in my body after winning that hot drop. That's all I want. And, there's going to be one in George Pole, maybe, Northern George. They're split to motion, are not ready for that one. Looking at Aurora, though, they're on the Western Bridge. They might be a little bit surrounded by some players of Champion. We did have a hot drop, actually, in Ferry Pier day 1. If you guys remember that, it was won quite easily. It was a landslide in favor of Champion, so they got themselves just 4 early points. Didn't lose a single one of their members, so they might as well be the team to commit again to that drop location. Aurora, though, not going to be caught off guard. All the players on their vehicles making a quick dash over the Western Bridge towards North Camp Military Island. Outside of that, I'm looking at the minimap. Yeah, the only real proper hot drop is Northern George Pole between Mad Esports and a duo of Motion. But it's such a big area. If they want, they can easily exit, right? I don't think they're going to be close enough where they've really locked in this fight fully. So we should be having a more passive start of Erangel, which I'm all here for. Like, I thank you very much, teams, whoever changed their drop location because of day 1 drops. I appreciate you. This is a big positive in my books. GG's.
Yeah, they're doing it the smart way, not necessarily the most adrenaline-fueled way, but that's fine, I guess, play reasonably. Didn't expect that one to be where the first knock comes from, though. SSE X Epic actually getting the connection over onto KED. There was a part of my brain that was thinking, you know what, Motion might just actually run it down, even though they could share George Powell. I was thinking they might just actually fight for it, because they love a kind of eco-fight, man. Feels like they're willing to play with the scrappiest of guns. Okay, so this is where it was, yeah. They did have that split. I guess KED just got caught on rotation, and, well, now KED's dead, baby.
Yeah, he was looking for a car. It's just not worth the trade here. So, yeah, it's good for SSE. I really like the mindset of this team, which is we're not going to force a fight. But if you're doing a clear mistake in front of us, like, we're not going to say no to 3 points. And they just, KED, you're out in the open, literally out in the open, looking for one car. You got a buggy, which gives you very minimal amount of cover as you're driving it. Hell yeah, we'll take that 3 point to start off the game of Erangel. Why the hell not? So good on SSE. Again, a team that is in 5th place, looking very comfortable. And actually, I do want to now go on a bit of a broader discussion here, looking at the previous game.
Go on.
Vicious, Jackie, they got himself a really strong 2nd place, 9 eliminations, looking really good on Rondo. There was a big point gap initially between teams around 5th, 6th, 7th place, right? I think it was around like 15, 20 points, as I mentioned earlier on the broadcast. Vicious has completely broken down that barrier. Ooh, okay, loot truck, really exciting stuff. So now, I always have to interrupt what I'm talking about.
Oh, mate.
Yeah,
God,
okay, look.
two things Max wants to talk about at the same time. This is what are we gonna do?
What
Talk
do
about the truck first. Give me the truck first, Max. Come on, get
What's the
excited.
Come on, MG3, maybe? MG3 P90 is broken right now in this meta. Oh, we'll see who's going to be getting it. But yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
back to the Vicious.
My
Back to the
two neurons
Vicious.
just activated. Yeah, but yeah, Vicious were able to break through that little bit of a cushion that was created in the leaderboard. So now whatever extra good game they have could be a game that locks them in that top 4. Because again, it's only 3 days. Tomorrow, we will know which are going to be our 4 teams to advance directly into the grand finals, completely avoiding the survival stage. So I would say Vicious, for a team that did not play the first few matches on day 1, had the best start you could ever imagine for this squad from Romania.
Yeah, dude. No, legitimately, like, honestly, literally the only negative I think we can possibly chalk up to them was game 1. And even then, like, yeah, man, you kind of sometimes do just get hit with the unlucky stick. But you forget about that with how quickly they have buried that one bad start in a mountain of good results and points. Like, it's incredible, the meteoric rise they found early, right? Just kind of rocketing their way up the standings. And again, I don't think that's the biggest surprise. One, based on the notoriety of this team, right? But two, again, when you look at the form that they had in recalibration, yeah, sure, it was a messy set of games, right? Everyone's heads were kind of all over the place. No one was fully dialed in. But the Vicious were a squad that were willing to play again, smart, methodical PUBG Mobile, whilst also proving that they are damn good when it comes to their gun skill and being able to rep themselves. Like, self-preservation in fights for this team's really up there. They're great at just being able to trade off one another. It just feels like you could pass the baton around the 4 players on that team, Max, and someone will get the job done. So yeah, awesome to see, dude. Would love to have them getting themselves into that top 4 spot to guarantee that we get to see more for them. Because again, you know, we're seeing the talents there already.
Yeah, and especially one of the players that I want to highlight on this team has been ICEDE. Sure, like everyone's putting up numbers. As you said, it's very clearly a team-wide effort for this team. But ICEDE, I think, is one of the most experienced players in a sense. He's been on so many orgs in so many different regions. He was in Turkey, he was in Europe. He's been... I can't even begin to recount all of the regions he's participated in. It's very similar to Crypto from i8 that's been all over the globe, it feels like. So he's got experience from so many different regions, which is so valuable when you come in these tournaments where really if you have a certain circle, you're like, okay, well, we can go for this playstyle, and I've used it before in this tournament, in this region, with this org. This guy is just so adaptable to any kind of scenario, circle situation you just chuck in his overall direction. So yeah, the adaptability of Vicious is really what makes them such a menace, such a threat in a lobby like this in Eastern Europe, Central Asia. So really excited to see if they can keep the ball rolling here on the rest of the knockout stage. As though I gotta say, except for that early elimination right onto Ked, this is a good start to Erangel. Again, I'm enjoying this. No weird early clashes. This has been a really good game. This is what I was expecting on day 1. It got a little bit hectic, but day 2 is just looking way more interesting for these teams. And that means the mid-game, late game, as we're going to have more teams and players alive, it's going to get even more dicey for these teams to get those placement points.
Yeah, if there's less mistakes, less opportunities to easily steal away points from teams, then it means not only is the quality of competition going to be better, but you will have to really fight for your earnings a whole lot more. So it's good. It does just make it harder for some of the teams that potentially are struggling, wavering, one of those 2 words, on the bottom end of things when it comes to the firepower right now. And yeah, man, God, you feel for Ked. Imagine being sat there right now. 7 minutes in, you're just thinking about if you had a car and not no roof over your head.
That's the buggy for you, yeah.
Yeah. God, it would be sad. Hey, there was always a really positive timeline for him though, Max. Imagine if he had found a horse.
Actually, the thing is, you're laughing, you're joking around. It would have been actually
kind
better.
of true though, right?
With the horse, you can jump, so it's really hard to kind of like spray track you down as you're moving with a horse. Actually would have been the better call if it not better call. If it spawned, would have been way better of a play.
Okay, see, Max, I don't know why you'd suggest that I would be horsing around with a Cole like that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Optimus Prime is coming back. Actually, genuinely, cool skin if we get that in the future, just like a robotic horse.
Robo horse. Yeah, dude, that would be big. Yeah.
Hooves, roll loud.
What, Stampede out? I don't know. We'll workshop that. We'll come up with something.
What's a like crowd of horses called? Wait, what is a group I'm Googling this.
Is it a pride? I don't know.
It's
A
called
collective?
a herd, a band,
Oh, a herd.
chorus, or
Ooh.
stable. Okay, it's got multiple names.
Stable of horses. Damn, that's where the word stable comes from, I suppose. That's where you put the horses. And because there's multiple horses, you call it a stable. Holy. Okay, that's incredible.
But herd is the main one. Apparently, it's the one that's like the most commonly accepted across the English.
I feel like that would be
language.
most popular for like a cow, though. Like herd of cow, you know?
Yeah. I guess for like farm animals, it just kind of all
Yeah.
melds together in a way.
Do you know,
like
do
one
you know
for
what is
crows,
a
it's
good one?
murder, it's called.
A murder of crows. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good one. Do you know for rhinos, a collective of rhinos is called a crash.
Actually,
A crash of rhinos because they always bump into each other. Yeah, legit. That's cool, right?
I kind of like that one. There's a lot of like weird names. I'll have to search them. There's a few ones that I did enjoy. I just forgot them. But yeah, there's a few. Oh wait, we need to find some for like teams. When Aurora Gaming are all together, they become a crash. You know. Well, now actually,
that's
they might not be
good.
anymore
Yeah,
because Top is getting caught off guard. He's in a position where he could get rezzed up if they're able to get a few knocks against ARCRED, but it's just not looking too good. They find Doc, really good angle there for Refus, but he's going to get punished by the opposition. It's Glory 22 with the M4. Able to punish here that position, and that's going to be Aurora again, just like on Rondo here, Jackie, going out super early, meeting a very early demise, and they're just not able to get those placement points or even eliminations on board. Not looking too good, and might for the first time after this game slip out of the top 4 slots.
Yeah, bro, this could be hellish. This is a hovercraft situation all over again for this team, it feels like, mate. This is not the dream scenario. If they go down right here, I mean, even if they get out, right, it's one man. That's it. It's literally only going to be Joel that'll be able to sort of limp off into the distance and have to rat it out. He's going to have to play very slow PUBG Mobile from this point. Other scary factor was you could see the hyenas. It immediately smelt blood in the water. There was the Vicious that were taking shots into the back line of ARCRED. There was Champions that were getting a look in to see if they could steal points on this one as well. The dinner bell has been well and truly rung.
It really has. It's been very, very tough for them. We'll see if they can hopefully redeem it a little bit moving forward, because as a solo here again, no recall towers like on Rondo, so that is going to be GG, game over. It seems TGM, the team that did get the loot truck, wonder what kind of loot they got for themselves. They're sending it straight onto KZ Esports. So straight up, 1-for-1 trade on the entry point. Player KZ looking to try and maybe get some sneaky jump shot. It connects onto that player. They do have Retro as the backup, and that's going to be a squad wipe. No more KZ Esport sent to an early grave this game. Retro should be getting a full trio reset on the squad mates. Looking at the circle. They're very far from the circle, by the way. They're next to Stolber. This circle finish is going to be heading the eastern side of George Pole Crates. So they got still a long track to go for before they do get into the play zone. But Everest is in the circle. No one's up there just yet, which I understand why teams want to avoid it. It's a little bit more on the edge. It's a bit risky. We can see 777 here entering from the southern edge. That could be a really good spot to take for themselves without really have to fight any teams for that position.
By the way, one final one on the topic of the collectives of animals. I think my second favourite, just behind the rhinos, if you have more than, I believe it's 4 flamingos, that's a flamboyance.
That's so good. I think whoever was
Right?
coming up with those words was just... He was having a good time. He was trying to troll a little bit. But not even... Actually,
Yeah.
it's just a good way to remember it too.
No, exactly.
I think everyone
they
knows
are.
Murder of
They're
Crow
very
now.
flamboyant, right? Yeah. Well, Murder of Crow, that's become like mega popular. Especially these days. It's in. Yeah. Everyone loves crows.
I know what I'm going to do during my break after this.
Or just research animals.
Just like, okay, what are the weirdest names of herds of animals that you can have available?
Yeah, I mean, dude, honestly, it's a good skill to have. Everyone needs to know a couple of impactful animal facts. They're like the ultimate party trick. You know, you whip those out, everyone's like, oh, wow.
Wow, that's cool.
I've got those up my sleeve. I do balloon animals as well, Max. Sometimes at award shows, I've just made people balloon animals. Blows their mind. They're never ready for you to just pull out a load of balloons and make a sword for them out of nowhere.
I'm waiting for the next night then. I'm hoping you're going to do a few for me.
Yeah, bro. I'll bring it along. I'll bring it along. I'll remember. Don't worry. I'll remember.
Thank you. I'll be waiting for it. AMX, though, waiting to hopefully make their way into this Harry Potter Tower and survive. The thing is about this Harry Potter Tower in particular, you can't hide your vehicles too efficiently. So I think that here they might just be locked here for the rest of this game, as they are going to be, unfortunately, really in a tricky position to defend. Moving forward, Circle is looking to go down south of this river, east of Crates. But really, we've seen a lot of hardships this tournament. It could go really anywhere. It could go back up north, and that's going to be really throwing a spanner in the works for these teams. For everyone involved. As GOAT, they still have access to the bridge. Actually, this is not a bad rotation here. You're going for the quick wrap. A lot of teams, I think, are going to be indeed leaving residential areas, Southern George Pole. So there's going to be a very free transition for them to execute. They've got to be careful. They will be getting close to TT Project, Ozrox, even maybe 777. They're currently set up successfully on George Pole, on the peak of George. Up there is going to be Everest. As other teams now looking to clash a little bit all over the place. It's going to be TGM encountering some members of Vicious, and that's going to be a bad encounter. That is a team you don't want to fight early game, as Vicious here already looking to claim 2 lives in this match. They mean business once again.
Oh, Doran. From distance, trying to get some shots on target, just spooking them. Oh, hello. Hovercraft on the move. Effect is armored. If you saw a hovercraft coming at you, how would you react, Max? Would you run?
I mean, if I'm Doc, I would fight it. 1v1 the hovercraft. If I'm me, I would get in a car and I would just try and get the hell out of Dodge. It's just not worth it.
It would
Unless you find a
crush
tree.
the car.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect counter
crush that
against
car.
this... Oh, yeah. It kind of does. It would just go right over. But I would just hide behind a tree, really, which is the best counter for...
Okay,
hovercraft.
true. Actually,
Yeah.
you know what? I think, yeah, we've learned in the hierarchy of things, it's like
food
horse,
chain, yeah.
hovercraft, tree. Okay, that's good. I needed to know
Predator.
that one. Yeah.
What
The
is a
mighty
herd
tree.
of hovercrafts called? We'll have to think about that one also. Workshop it a little bit.
Doc's nightmare, I believe. It's kind of a double-edged word on that one. Oh, God. All right, well, let's see how this goes. Could be hellish scenes for SSE as the soldiers seem to be taking some shots from a bazone. That's going to be the Vicious unloading quite a few bullets of pain in their general direction and being able to keep this one nice and intense. Been some good fighting. You know, obviously, for the early portion of this game, sort of first 10 minutes, it was relatively calm. Now it's heating up, which is what you want to see. Even Icy getting stuck in. So all of the Star Soldiers getting absolutely punished, it seems, up against the Vicious, but likewise there is casualties back against them as well. 2 knocked players right now, so they will need to reset and recalibrate. Seems like they found an opportunity to play medic on that though, so they should be okay. Default, first time we've seen him in a little while here, and they collapse again onto 27 plus and do begin to punish them.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. 27 plus really just not able to reach the late game consistently throughout the entirety of knockout stage. It's been looking really tough. Ruzen, the next one to fall. That's the play on this team. You really don't want to lose early game. And it's just the off angle of ARCRED, right? The Bridge Goblins here have been absolutely demolishing the competition. First, it was Aurora Gaming. Now they're going to put their focus on 27 plus. And as I say that, they get squad wiped. They're out of this game fully, for good. So things are not looking too good for our Uzbekistani team. As now Vicious over to the Eastern Bridge, not quite in circle, but they're just going to clean up shop. That is it. SSC out of this game. Got a 1 elimination that was on Caird very early on in this match, but just not quite able to weather the storm against Vicious. Things going to be looking a bit more dicey moving forward after this match for that team, as Vicious are going for the wide Eastern rotate here. Jackie looking to encroach on the terrain of Everest, and that's going to be 777 locked up there. But they are very spread, meaning a quick entry point, you find a knock or two, that could be a really, really good opening to find for Vicious. If they can claim the entirety of that mountain for themselves, that could be a big winning condition.
Yeah, the biggest of W's. That's going to be what you want. Did see that MX have actually lost out on Havlik, I believe, there. So 1 man hard committed from the squad. They'll be down to the trio to play with. Zerich on the response back over towards GOAT as well. That's going to be Force that's knocked. And GOAT have been relatively trapped in terms of this fight. It's been a bit of an elongated bout between them. So probably running relatively low on resources as well. 777, that's Warrior with a bit of a revenge play. Back onto the Vicious. Seems like Narvalo's been hit heavy on that one. We're jumping around, giving you the lay of the land as there's a lot of encounters going on. God, 6 comes barreling in as the car crashes over topsy-turvy, and they're all split here, Max. This is a weird fight An uphill battle that Icy's being able to handle nicely, but they are losing players here on 777, and Warrior has a sliver of health. He will be able to get the medkit off and save his bacon for now. Shotty in close range, but Icy makes that one look easy and instantly goes for the pickup on his teammates. 10 elims, Max.
I got to talk so positively about that fight from Vicious, because there are 2 players on the lower end of things in that dip and 2 players on the back line, meaning any play of 777, they're going to be peeking over the ridge. They had the angles, especially Dorian was so impactful in that fight alongside Icy. So really good setup. That is the best way for him to engage an Everest fight. Beautiful stuff from Vicious, though. They're not going to be left alone. You can see in the elimination feed, they are clashing with champions that are engaging that third party. So that's going to be a good timing on champion side. Let's see if they can climb back up into first place. So far, it's looking good. Down to a solo. It's going to be Icy. As champions, though, also going to be down to a solo. But look at it on the mini-map. It's going to be ARCRED looking for a fourth party. The nade is good. Get some damage down, but the Eastern Fire of Everest is just never ending here, Jackie. Who will prevail? Will it be Vicious or will it be the side of ARCRED?
It's a big question. Excited to see what happens with even champions potentially getting thrown into a bit of a bout versus Vicious there. So everyone is scrapping for control. In the meantime, we wave goodbye to TGM that have been taken out. But this is what we wanted to see. Icy up top on the hillside. Drops down. Mind your legs. I want to break those ankles, but he does want to blow away ARCRED with a well-timed nade. Star has a similar idea. That could be on target. Good chip damage. Switches over to the primary, hits the bullets, keeps him guessing with a crouch spam on the backup as well. They're launching nades his way, but it's far harder to land them uphill compared to how easy it is for him to get that on the money down range. Shot in the back from Fleek, but look how much cover he's got here, Bags.
But look how also fearless of champions, like, just forget about me, I don't exist, let me go back into the shadows on top of the peak of Everest. And it's actually worked out, so champions might be able to get a few little cheeky placement points here and there, just for surviving as a solo. Of course, you do have a decent amount of dips and ridges to work with on this area, so you might be able to actually make it very far in this game, maybe even reaching top 5. That would be a big win as a solo, but another banger nade from Icy coming out from nowhere. He's just keeping this team at bay as a solo, again, showing how Icy is as a fragger, just completely in a different realm compared to a lot of these players. But with the S12K being pushed up solo, ARCRED, you're sending so many players alone, but be careful, the off-angle of Fearless is there, and he ruins the day of Vicious. Icy sent out of this game, back to the lobby you go, but still, as you said here, Jackie, such a high elimination game, 12 elims in this game, with 1 placement point, that's still a massive win, headed the way of Vicious.
Yeah, that is a huge W in the back pocket there. In terms of the way they've played this one, racking up that many points, that's a win of its own caliber. But the fight itself for control of the hillside, that's not ended. Everest is leaving them gasping for oxygen as the nades are being thrown towards one another. Star on the rotate back around, Go even looking for an opportunity to carve a path down towards them now. Glory a bit paranoid if the next peak's going to come up. If champions rear their head, they want to hit heavy onto them, but it's just Fearless, and he's right beneath Goat now. They get themselves firmly on the top end. They're going to have shots from range here. You are trapped in the middle, Fearless. What can he do? Can he throw a spanner in the works against the Goats that have climbed to the top?
If he's got a few more nades, maybe, but at this point, I think it might just be the end of the game for him when we do see a push happening from ARCRED. Though we are not seeing him currently on the map feed, we can see them here in the scope of course. It's going to be a trio of Afterlife looking to smoke their vehicles, looking to make a mad dash forward towards the edge of Everest. So far, they're able to make it. No one's been knocked, and the car sure is smoking, but they do get 2 players over there back to safety. Can that also happen for Misha? Final survivor there up north of Afterlife. I think there's going to be kind of hard to execute because a lot of members are just looking in your vicinity. So we might just be down to a duo for that team. ARCRED, they have to keep on pushing forward. They need to get into the zone. And you can see actually Goat not really putting too much pressure onto ARCRED. Their main focus is eliminating Afterlife. But by doing so, you're giving a lot of space for free to ARCRED, which I think will be coming out as a mistake as we get deep in this game that they might just regret. But Fearless, he's still there. He's waiting for his opportunity to strike. But just like earlier, he's just hoping people forget he's there entirely. And as of right now, it seems like that is exactly what's happening.
I mean, hey, right, it's kind of the perfect outcome for him. If they just fight amongst themselves and kind of leave his position unturned, if he can just keep himself out of trouble, weave into the back line, weave into some extra placement points, that would be the dream. Fleek, How strong's his throw? Tries to get that one on target, dashing it down, but it bursts in air and won't land exactly where he wants. So can't get the knock across onto Afterlife. An Afterlife team that have looked a little bit quiet in the lobby thus far on this matchup, but hey, they can always come alive in the final few moments and potentially steal away some points. The other squads you need to be aware of course, being ARCRED and GOAT Team, both of them sporting 9 elims, tied at the minute for the total tally.
We did see for GOAT Team, sure, you're thinking all the members on the mountain. No, they actually have a really strong off angle from Focus West. He's on low ground, he's got a tree to work with, and also a slight dirt pile, which is going to give him just some extra cover if need is be. Hayato's been really good with utility in the past during the Eastern European tournament. Everything slowed down, but also we're talking about solos with Fearless. There is here one player Takinov, right? Malksy going to try and peek it up with the PP Bison, get some damage, but it's going to be traded off. The DBS of Takinov hits him right in the face. And that's going to be a nice knock. Moxie now eliminated from that game, hopefully soon. Not getting flushed, actually. I'm surprised that he's not going to go straight for the elimination. Maybe he doesn't want to get overly aggressive, wants to give a lot of respect the way of GOAT. ARCRED pushing their way a little bit deeper in the zone, up on that peak of Everest with a car is successful, and now they are going to get nade range. That's when things are going to get real dicey for these two squads. But Fearless, we still there?
Oh, mate. He has somehow survived for so long. He's crossing his fingers, he's crossing his toes, but Force is throwing nades straight on target. That one's going to shut down Takanov as he gets blown away, and Mad finally fall. We get there in the end. Our final 4 teams off the back of that shed collapse on top of Mad. And Fearless is one of them. He's kept himself in the running, but how long does he stay alive?
Has he been spotted by Star? Because he's got third-person perspective, right? TPP, so he can get a little bit more insight without really putting himself at risk. But generally, we could be in a situation where we do see an Afterlife chicken dinner. The circle shifting away from the summit of the mountain. Oh, actually going to be picking up that death crate. Fearless picked on off by Star. Nice headshot connecting with the Org. That's going to make it now just down to a podium. 3 teams remaining. A full squad of GOAT Team, a trio of Afterlife, and a trio of ARCRED. ARCRED, of course, already got a chicken dinner. They can make it 2 over the course of 3 games, making an absolute massive statement on day 2 of Knockout. How strong this roster actually is. But Afterlife, the thing is, they can't really fight back, but what they want is to let the fight begin between GOAT Team and ARCRED. The moment that happens here, I believe they will initiate an ascent up top of this mountain and maybe look to claim that chicken dinner for themselves. ARCRED, though, a lot of utility still, a lot of nades, but that is also the same for GOAT Team. Once the nades start flying, that's when things are going to get real serious in this game. Oh, he's got the horse! Ooh.
Oh, hell yeah.
Actually, no joke, the horse is great for climbing up mountainside. So actually, that is a great vehicle, okay, in quotation marks, to have in a finish like this.
Could be useful. We've always said the horse is one of the strongest bits of utility in PUBG Mobile. It's a classic quote that we've said many a time. So keep that in the back of your mind, viewers, in case it comes to fruition in this one. This has been a hell of a stalemate for a lot of our squads here. No one wanting to make that first mistake, be the domino that trickles down. A huge knock-on effect. Nearly getting that one on the money with the cast back over towards ARCRED. It would be ironic if GOAT's first chicken dinner of the knockout stage was achieved here off the back of them climbing a mountain, though.
I mean, it was a good third party. All the teams are fighting to the east. Free opening to the west. Just claim it for yourself. It was definitely really great timing put on display by GOAT. And Focus, yeah, the off angle's good. The thing is, because of Focus's position, sure, he doesn't get any knocks or damage, but he does get insight on Afterlife. And I think they know that if they take the fight, they might miss out on the chicken dinner, so they just like want to delay it. Put a main focal point on repositioning in the zone. GOAT Team being very self-aware of their situation. They know they're not looking too comfortable. So they need to give a lot of respect to the 2 opposing enemy squads. But Focus here. Oh, did we see a few nades here? I want to see them rain, but they just don't know where the players are specifically located. So they don't want to waste it until they know where they're spotted. Behind these rocks. Behind this extra bit of terrain. But this has gone real calm. But, you know, we're going to go on to phase 9. When the blue zone starts pushing in, that's when all hell is going to break loose.
Revving their engines, literally, in some instances here. Getting that extra angle to throw the nades down for Moxie. Here we go. They want to commit round on the wrap in. Force going up with Moxie, the engine, giving away the idea of where they are. Peak round. Misha on the face. ARCRED as well. Their eyes are lighting up. They're going to see if they could steal points on this one with the bullets coming down from the top. But it is Ayato that connects first. Makes his move on Misha, but that's the deny that Glory was waiting for. Steals away the points off the back of the initial knock and even gets one with the follow-up tag back over onto Moxie. The commit from GOAT has not gone as well as they would have wanted to.
And you can see ARCRED just waiting in the wings with all of their utility, waiting to rain it down. And it is going to be a big throw here. Actually, really far chuck on that util. I think it's going to be a little bit of a waste almost. It's really hard to hit that nade at that kind of range, especially because it's going to keep rolling on down out in the blue. Really good clapback from Windy with the M4. That is really going to be slowing down the push downwards from ARCRED. And GOAT team just loving seeing this happen. They're so happy to see these eliminations pop up in the elimination feed, because that means they can start to leverage a slight man advantage going their way. Good Molotov here, going to be denying that rock away from one of the members of the Afterlife team. That's going to be down to the final players here. That's going to be game over. ARCRED will not get the chicken dinner, and it was going to be GOAT team to claim here this win on top of Everest in an absolutely flashy fashion at the end of this game.
The GOATs finally show up and show us what they are made of once again. And this time around, like you said, it's off the back of climbing to uncharted heights on Everest. The GOATs have always been good at climbing, Max, and that's how they get their chicken dinner. Couldn't be more poetic to show us they are in the running still. They've been a little bit quiet back on day one, but they give us the business here.
I mean, they were also in a good position in the rankings before these games today. They were in 9th position, 23 points. Actually, this chicken dinner is going to push them up significantly higher, way closer to the top 4, which is where you want to be. So actually, perfect timing for them to get a game like this. And they can still play one more game on Miramar. So if they can get a back-to-back strong performance, maybe followed up with a top 5 GOAT, could be a heavy contender here in our knockout stage. But the game was good. It was all about timing, trying to delay the fight, so you could be hopefully the team to fight last and third party that initial engagement. And that GOAT team played it, I would say, beautifully, trying to play onto the western edge. Just wait for the fight to break out between the two remaining squads of Afterlife and also that team on top of the mountain that was going to be ARCRED. And yeah, they wrap it up in style. Really strong statement here again made by this super team of GOATs. And you understand why the Ord picked them up, because this team has so much potential. Yato in particular, and Moxie, man, some of these utility chucks were just a thing of absolute beauty at the end of this game.
Yeah, handling themselves very nicely under pressure as well, where there was some twists in the narrative that made it look a little bit more scary for them, but they were still playing it very, very good. Force being the star of the team on that one, though. 7 elims, 547 damage, good position to find himself in. Again, though, and this really does feel like GOAT team with the way they were playing, especially back in the Club Open and again here. It's never really one person that has to be the driving force. They're a selfless team. They do play together nicely, always setting each other up. So great game there, Max.
I'm surprised, actually, a lot of the elims went the way of Force, because I was looking at the elims of Ayato and Moxie. They were able to get, as I said, a lot of really strong nades in particular to kind of create more space for themselves. But no, Force really stepping up to the plate with those 7 eliminations. Telling me, at least I do believe it, Jackie is going to be our MVP of the match. I wouldn't be too surprised as you go and overlook the stats of this game. And yeah, overall, only 1 airdrop looted. But you know, the thing is, I feel like we should change the stat from airdrops looted to airdrops and also loot trucks looted, because they give very similar loot usually. So loot trucks and airdrops, I think it would be maybe up to 4 overall in this game, because we saw a lot of really good airdrop weapons in some of those fights in George Pole that I think were because of those loot trucks being looted up by these teams.
Yeah, you need a new word to describe it. One collective, you know, the collective of airdrops and loot trucks. Like high tier, max quality, one of those.
The OP loot. I don't know. Yeah, we've got to find for the handcraft, for the airdrops,
exactly.
and also for that. Yeah, we've got to get a lot of new words. But of course, Force will be your game MVP HP and actually 252 damage done. So he was really in the midst of these engagements. He was really fighting tooth and nail to make sure he could come out on top with his squad of GOAT team and able to make it work out well. And mainly, right, the main focal point you got to look at GOAT, the reason why they got that chicken dinner is just not only about timing, but keeping all of your players alive. It just becomes such an oppressive force and just able to build a lot of momentum at the end of this game. So yeah, GOAT team showing really what they can do on these games that really are unusual. We don't see a lot of circles ending around here on Everest on Erangel, so we'll see if they can do a bit more moving forward. But here, looking at the elimination spread for our top players of the game, you're going to have players from GOAT team, ARCRED, 2 from Vicious. Again, just a consistency of this team is absolutely mental, Jackie. Icy's up there, Doran's up there also, and then Fleeke once more having an absolute field day today, man. So many names that are just repeating on this graphic, it feels like.
Yeah, been playing great, haven't they? You know, literally, again, it's kind of beating the horse at this point. But the fact that one game, their opening game, that's the only sour note. Everything else has been great in terms of consistency from this team. So good to see stealing away points wherever physically possible if an opportunity presents itself. So the Vicious certainly living up to their name. Let's have a quick glance at the overall match ranking off the back of that one as well, of course. And yeah, bro, I feel like you should be spot on, right? We're going to be seeing GOAT team climb massively, possibly sort of 5 places here with the points they're getting. I mean, 23 points in the back pocket off of that game with some of the other squads as well, hoovering up some on the sidelines. This could be a nice earner for them. Good majority above them as well in terms of like 3rd and 4th place there for the Vicious and Champions. So there's no one that's really going to be sort of matching your level. You should be able to climb quite nicely off this.
Yeah, and we also saw some extra good points headed the way of Champions, right, from Mongolia. So I do believe because of this game, we might have a new first place team in Champions. So again, they've done it back in the previous stage during Calibration, which didn't really matter, but they were just making a statement that they are one of the top teams in this lobby. They're looking at the second page, Aurora, 0 points. I saw a lot of people saying they're just messing around. They don't really want to qualify in top 4. I fully disagree. I think they just really fumbled that game in particular. Still 0 chicken dinners to their name and actually falling a little bit away from that top 4 here, Jackie. Making it down to 6th position as we do see then a jump up from the likes of GOAT team, making it 7 extra ranked on the leaderboards. Vicious +1, ARCRED +3, Champions now our 1st place team currently in the knockout stage. So many teams stepping up massively in this tournament, while some teams like, again, Aurora kind of falling out of contention.
Yeah, if Aurora have even really, one more sort of bad apple, it could be brutal for them, mate. There's opportunities to be really kind of pushed further down and potentially leapfrogged. Could still be room for a bit of a shift. It doesn't feel like that top 4 is completely set in stone right now. Yes, Champions and DG77 looking like they should be able to keep their heads above water, but still room potentially for 2 of these spots to move. So looking intense out there. It's been good to see.
By the way, just quick note, GOAT team were in 9th position before, then they felt really low on the rankings after those first games today on Rondo, and then they just were able to climb back up. So again, just one good game can really unlock so many opportunities for you later on down the line, so it's very important to try and get those chicken dinners. Looking at the second page though, I'm still very frustrated with Mad Esports here, Jackie, because they've played 7 matches, which is the highest amount of games you could have played potentially so far in Knockout. They've only got 30 points. They're not looking really good so far. They might actually be in a position where they could even fail to qualify for through the survival stage with these kind of results. So we need to see a bit of a step up. Outside of this, all the teams here, I would say, have potential to make a comeback. Amix in particular, I'm still waiting. Nothing significant has come out from this team, unfortunately, as of right now.
No, and that feels a bit uncharacteristic, really. So it is odd, man. You do wonder at what point is that kind of mental switch going to be flicked, and they'll find a way to start to get themselves some points. Not really what we'd seen from them in the past. Honestly, I was expecting them to come into this lobby and actually show us a lot of similar things from what we had back in the Club Open. So, yeah, a bit of a brutal start for them, mate. And the time is ticking, right, already. I know, only kind of feels like it's day 2, a little bit of a longer format, but the clock is on, and if they have another couple bad games, bro, it's really looking like the chance for them to get anywhere near having a higher place finish on this, even if it's outside of the top 4 just for the confidence going forward. Well, it's not looking great on that front.
It's really tough too, because you do have to keep in mind that because of the group rotating system in this format, some teams already passed way over the halfway point of this stage for themselves. So unfortunately, the window of opportunities for comeback is getting slimmer and slimmer every single match. So yeah, those teams on the second half of the leaderboards, if we don't see something significant from them, I'm going to have to give up on like being hopeful about this squad making it through the stage. Of course, you have survival, which, you know, living up to the name. We'll see if they can survive and make it to the finals. But if you don't make it through at this stage, can you really make it to the PMGO main event? It's looking quite unrealistic right now.
No, exactly. That's the scary fact about it. But let's give you something a little bit more appetizing. As you can see, of course, these are our 2 wins so far today. On Rondo, we had ARCRED, and then Erangel was taken by the goats that climbed Everest. Quite a big feat for them there. Following on, after the break, we're going to have Miramar with Group A, B, C, and E going head-to-head, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be the same groups as we had just in the previous game. Of course, we're going to have a bit of a shift at the end with groups A, B, D, and E on Erangel. But yeah, same ones around the board here. I want to just see a little bit more presence from Aurora. Is it a biased statement? Yes, we know a little bit. I do like the team, so I want to see a bit more. But right now, some people might just be... The thing is, I know people are saying this is typical APG. Well, now Aurora. Again, I knew I was going to say APG eventually. It's typical Aurora prank on the first few days of a tournament, and they get a little bit more serious later on. But I don't like that from this team, Jackie. I need to see them, mean business on the opening days, but we just never see it happen, especially from Doctor. Likes to, kind of limit test what he can do in these lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a field researcher. He'll get out there, he'll see if he can get away with liberties, and then he'll take those liberties when he can. So, I mean, fair play, right? It's one of those where if it works, it works. Just a couple of times so far, it kind of hasn't worked, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's all part of the game plan. I believe we're going to be sticking with things here as well and getting ourselves going straight into the next game a little bit sooner on this one, Max, so we won't have to worry about any downtime between. Players feeling nice and piping hot, it seems.
Yeah, they just want to get into the game, so I do appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining the lobby. Sometimes you have to wait for a play or two, and it's just delayed for an extra 5 minutes, which you don't like. You just want to keep, the ball rolling. In particular, if you're on, I don't know, ARCRED or GOAT team, just yeah, we're feeling it. We're pumped up. Get me more into the games right now. And you just want to build even more momentum moving forward and get exponential points as the day goes on. But now, it's getting excited. I feel like now the teams are kind of solidifying their strategy in this tournament, right, Jackie? We saw in particular the kind of discrepancy between day 1 and day 2 is significant. We don't have a lot of those hot drops, a lot of those early rotation clashes upon phase 1, phase 2. So it seems like teams are now fully putting on display their strategy for this tournament. So whatever we have now, I feel like is what we might have for the entirety of this tournament, except for a few teams that might have had a slightly slower start, again, like AMIX or maybe also Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. I think, again, it's one of those where we're getting to that sort of point where we're seeing teams sort of smarten up a little bit. They're putting the buttons up and not running as many risks. So it's been resulting in, mechanically, some better finishes for a few of our teams here as well. But we're going to be heading into it and kicking off our next game as we move on to Miramar. Here we are. Oh, that's quite a nice little rhyme there. We could do more with that, Max.
Got to workshop it again. We got so many things because we didn't have the break. I couldn't look at herds of other animals. I didn't have time. That's maybe
it's true. It's true.
Production didn't want to have to deal with that, so we're just gonna cut the break. We don't want Maxman just googling all of these weird things and just trying to talk about it on the broadcast. You know what? We'll just bring it down to the gameplay of these teams. Decent playing. It's slightly more to the western side, but it's not going to be too horrible for these teams. I have seen way worse on Miramar. It's going to be La Cobreria down through Partona. Again, I would love to see a team set up shop in Partona. It's a great drop location, a lot of good loot, a lot of vehicle spawns too, so it's really, really decent. But Miramar, you don't have that many southern circle finishes, so I do get why some teams might be a bit hesitant to take up that position as their main drop location on this map. But as a secondary drop, it could be a good option in case if your team that likes to drop Campo Militar, El Azahar, Truck Stop, that we did have a hot drop yesterday, right, happen over there, even in Parla, can set up your position in Partona, which would be a good 2-2 split. A lot of teams done in the past, and I think it would be a decent plan to execute. As I'm looking around, Picardo, seems like it will be safe here, Jackie. We're good to go.
Yeah, we're in. We're keeping our noses clean. We're keeping our heads down. Doing a little boogie of safety, potentially.
Little boogie safety.
We'll see. Yeah, boogie of safety, mate. Safety dance, I believe it's called, actually, Max. Legally, I'm pretty sure you can't enter a building site unless you got your hard hat on and know your safety dance. I think that was in our contracts.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, one team did go in Partona. Oh, okay, Winchester elimination onto KZ. It's going to be happening across the board is going to be, yeah, ARCRED off to an early fight, which you know this team does not want to take that fight, but it works out with a Winnie. That's going to be Hardboy getting the first elimination of the game, and his teammate Star will do his own elim with his AR, and that's going to be some nice early points headed their way, and not losing a single member, so good trade. And KZ Esports, that are currently in 17th place, can't afford to take another L, but they just took one once again.
Yeah, that's too many. Far, far too many L's. Not what you want whatsoever. For Hardboy, though, made it look good. Did it in style. The lever action, the cowboy style. Popping off. Nice base on that as well, mate. That's what we need. I don't know why we're not seeing more bolt action, you know, more DMR style connections, Max. I need more of it in my life. It's the oomph. It's the sound effect. Doesn't even have to be an impressive frag. Just the sound of it makes you go, oh, damn.
Well, actually, if you want to talk about bolt action, because this is a rabbit hole, I could go for hours about this topic.
Go on, then.
4.4 update.
Let me adjust. Go on.
Okay.
Yes.
Recline the chair, get comfy.
I'm ready.
Okay. Maximum podcast begins talking about update 4.4. No, update 4.4 is going to see a relatively significant nerf to ARs, because ARs are being used to spray at like 300, 400 meters in particular with the AUG and the M4. They're going to have more drop-off damage at long distances, meaning you're going to have to try and get a different loadout if you want to start spraying players at long range, like 300, 400 meters away, which means more DMRs, maybe also more bolt action that will not have any drop-off damage at long distances anymore. Usually it would lose a bit of damage really far away. It won't be losing damage anymore, meaning that whatever damage you do with a Mini 14 will be the same at 50 meters, and it will be the same at 200, 300, 400 meters away, meaning we could have a significant meta shift headed, maybe not in PMGO, it might be a little bit too soon here, Jackie, but maybe into PMWC, the meta of weapons you're going to be seeing used could be completely changed entering that global tournament.
Max, this is music to my ears. The idea of having no weapon damage fall off over distance on like actual like bolt actions or like DMRs like that, that sounds like the dream scenario. The amount of like skill shots you'd get from range, oh, bring that on, buddy. You've got me excited for the future now.
But what if I told you it gets even better? Would you believe that?
Okay, go on.
We're nerfing shotguns significantly. It's going to be the bullet spread, which is the thing I've been asking to get nerfed for like 2 years now. It's getting nerfed in update 4.4. And look, this is why I want to see more players with the shotguns getting eliminated early on. Really loving that. But yeah, the bullet spread going to be increased. So meaning you're going to have to be even closer to get some damage, which is going to be just, again, I think that whoever's doing the meta changes currently on the PUBG Mobile dev side is doing a fantastic job, because everything I wanted to see happen in the weapon meta side of things is happening next patch, Jackie. So one player that's going to love it, I said it many times, it's going to be Top. It's going to be also Sleepy back on the side of Nepali teams. He's going to love it because he's great long range. So the meta shift is going to be cool next patch.
No, that sounds super healthy for the game, honestly. That sounds like a good update. Looking forward to that, man. We'll definitely come back to this conversation. I'll write a note, and then, you know, what's it, like sort of 3 months from now, 2 months from now, we'll discuss this at a global, and we'll see if it's all come true. Because that could be the dream. When I'm losing my mind, when someone's hit like the 300-meter DMR one tap, you'll know. You'll hear me from the other room.
Ooh, yeah, no, it's going to be very fun to see if these teams are going to be workshopping that new weapon meta. Though it's going to be mad esports. Again, this is a very aggressive team early game. They love to get involved in these early hot drop fights, so they're going to be pushing their way through the Molotov. One player's going to be knocked. It's going to be Absolute. They're just sending all of their members getting absolutely wrecked. This is an absolute meat grinder up here, up that staircase, but they will survive eventually, will prevail, and will get the 2-man reset on Absolute and Bio. Got a little bit messy over here. Thing is, it's a good position. It's in circle, but you could really rethink that fight, give it up, reposition. You got so many good spots. You got Teruel Almada, you got Tierra Bronca, you got El Azahar. Unnecessary fight, but the big thing is that it's Mad Esports, and it seems like they're just a very ego-centric team, Jackie, that if they can fight, they will fight, which in my opinion is a completely wrong mindset when you are going in a tournament that could qualify you for a LAN event like PMGO Season 1.
Do you know why this is okay for Afterlife, Max?
Why? Why is it?
Purely because of their name. It's okay. The rest of the team, they're going to be alright. It doesn't matter. They're just living up to their name right now. You know what? It'll be okay, guys. It's not the end of the world. They're there in 9th place. It's a little bit of a sad start to things, but maybe they can still steal something away. Not what you want to see. They were having a really meteoric rise back on day one with some of the early games they had, bro. So a bit of an unlucky start coming into Miramar. It feels like that was a relatively consistent trend for them in the Club Open as well, where their Miramar games were so hot and cold. It was legitimately like feast or famine, where they'd either come out swinging, they'd have a hot drop into a big finish, or they would kind of come in and then just sort of, you know, collapse quite early into it. So never really a middle ground team on this map, it feels.
Yeah, very high highs and low lows, unfortunately, it seems, which you don't want to see, especially when you're looking at the top of the rankings. The teams that are near the podium or in top 5, top 6 are usually very consistent, except for, you know what, except for Aurora. They're kind of the exception. They're not very consistent this tournament, but like Vicious, ARCRED, TT Project, Champions, also DG77, which are not playing this game, have been very consistent. And actually, talking about DG77, despite them not being in this game, one of the macro playstyles I've enjoyed the most this tournament, their center 2-2 splits have been very impressive, and they're just willing to give up spots for free and regroup with the rest of their team because it's just not worth it in the grand scheme of this tournament. So I think that they've just got the right mindset. The IGLing is absolutely top tier. And I think that if they would be first place at the end of this tournament, I would be really not surprised. I think that this is a team that can go the entire way and become your spring 2026 champions in Eastern Europe, Central Asia. Well, as of right now, putting the focus on teams that are playing this game, it's Vicious. They got there. Also, very similar to DG77, a 2-2 split inside San Martin. 2 players on the cliff south of the city, and 2 players up north, getting closer somewhat to Hacienda del Patron. But the Mongolian squads here, Jackie, they're getting close to each other on the mountaintop. Is this going to result in a fight? It seems like the answer to that is going to be yes.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes. Shotty in close range combat. Ooh, you're thinking maybe you'd be able to deal some damage there, Atomic, but he could not blow them away on impact. Nice peek, even in close quarters, but Debo actually threads the needle. Mate, he's chicaned it off the windowsill and been able to get the knock from that. Even the follow-up chip as well. Oh, mate. They could actually really pin in Aurora here and ruin their life. Kino's even got the off angle for the adjustment on the wrap over, and the nades do not stop coming. They are just being obliterated here. They're going to blow the whole bloody building up.
Kino and Fearless don't even have to shoot a single bullet to get the squad wipe on Aurora, it seems. The thing is, with these smokes, it's going to make it a little bit harder to thread the needle with that utility. He's going to get one reset. Reefus, Doc looking good. Zyol brought back to life also with that reset, but that is going to be Reefus taking so much Molotov damage. They have to push eventually. Kino, Fearless, can they clutch it up against their Mongolian brethren? Once again, oh, the Molotov's going to spread again on wooden floor. That's going to be an issue. The nades are so good for all of Champions. Aurora just don't have a response right now, though. Nade in hand, you've got to be careful. Doc is going to punish that little bit of a push upstairs. And now it's a solo player. Doc, Zyol as a duo. Zyol going to get overwhelmed. Doc now sole survivor here in a 1v2 scenario. The nades, the bounce is good. We do shift on over to another fight. Looking at the elimination feed, Reefus does get flushed out by the S12K, and that's going to be Champions again to claim the fight as their own and eliminate Aurora out in last place.
Wait, that's actually ridiculous as well, right? Purely off the back of those nades, like ricocheting it off the windowsill into what was effectively the double knock and then the follow-up chip damage. Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit scary at the end, but difference is, you look at where things lie. Champions in first place with a nice lead of points, and now they take 4 elims, whereas for Aurora, that's another game they physically cannot now make points. They wanted to come into this lobby and make out like bandits on Miramar. Instead, they get 2 elim points, and that's it. Zilch else off the back of the fight from Champions there. So the Mongolian infighting kicking off on this one, that's brutal. This could deny a bit of a leapfrog maneuver from Aurora into that top 4.
The thing is, that fight just keeps happening between these two teams. I don't know if it's because they have similar rotation paths and they have something that was happening back in PMGO Mongolia where they just want to be somewhat near each other, but it just keeps happening every game, it feels like. Not sure why. Here we go over to a fight of the Star Soldiers Epic clashing with Ozrox. One of the players, I didn't see who it was, got a Groza, so they did loot up an airdrop, or maybe also a loot truck, which do spawn on Miramar. It's not an Erangel exclusive. It also does happen on the Dusty Dunes from time to time. So they're going to be, yeah, it's actually going to be Alicia with a Groza and a QBZ loadout. So pretty solid as the circle keeps on shifting, and it goes north every single time it feels like, Jackie. I'm actually looking at all these shifts. It was northern shift after northern shift after northern shift. So we're actually getting very close to Oasis next to Torre Ahumada and La Cobreria. As teams now, there's not going to be too many compounds remaining. Definitely not enough for 15 teams. So we might see a few squad wipes all over the place in this Miramar game. A team that is set up in a really successful position is going to be TT Project. And again, they've got one of the highest survival times in the entirety of this tournament, Jackie. And they're looking to pad those numbers even more here on this game.
Pad 'em if you got 'em. You might as well see just how much you can squeeze out of these lobbies right now. They're fresh for the picking. Ooh, SSE trying to get some distance. As Mad Esports do get eyes locked on. Quite a far fight to take, though. Beard not going to be able to follow through off the back of his establishing shots. Just at least getting a bit of pressure on and showing that they do mean business. They might want to chase for it. Hop in the vehicles, get the engines turning over, and try and close the gap towards Silence. You know that he stopped moving. The engine turned off, hopped out the vehicle, took a couple shots to keep him pinned in position. You can wrap up close. Investing a lot for that point. But if they could get a prime nade on target, it might actually be a bit of a freebie. It's going to force him out. He'll have to start moving a bit deeper upwards.
Yeah, they were able to separate Silence from the rest of his squad. Just look at the map feed on the minimap top right of the screen. He's just fully surrounded by players. They're going to send the cavalry forward. One of the players is attempting to rescue Silence with a car. Might be a buggy, a two-seater. That's all you would really need in this situation. By the way, just to give a bit more insight to set the stage for our teams on the minimap, some teams went for some wide eastern and western rotates. Western rotate was Vicious, and eastern rotate was for the likes of Goat, so they're trying to really avoid all of these southern skirmishes and scrambles, which is really good macro-wise. They're just trying to cross their T's and dot their I's. They've been very efficient, taking the just more passive approach to this Miramar match. I can't say the same for Mad. Again, got 3 early eliminations. And here, completely stuck. Their car wrecked to pieces. And here, their movement potential has been really significantly reduced. So I think the Mad might have a really bad time surviving this game.
Yeah, they thought they were the sharks chasing down the little fish, but they've ran into a bit of an uncomfortable position here. Made it far more awkward for SSE. Silence was basically bait, but the rest of the team is still alive and kicking. I mean, no one's a full casualty yet, so yes, they are surrounded, but do they find opportunities to stay alive on this one? Subvert expectations. Mad want to bail on their encounter. We join over on the crash towards Ozorox with TGN getting the opening connection off, and apparently some of the follow-ups from it as well. Blues down and out. It's only Leon 44 that remains alive. 3 elims to his name. And that's all he'll have, because Havlik from miles away. Okay, fair enough.
I want to see how many meters that was for that shot. That was impressive accuracy from Havlik. Really well done indeed. Over to now the fight of Star Soldiers Epic. Members just falling one by one, and even Alicia will eventually fall and meet his demise. That is going to be game over for them. Eliminated in 13th place for... Actually, no, that's going to be for KZ Esports. I believe, yeah, it's just going to be after for SSC. But yeah, that's a lot of squads getting eliminated. As I said, just not enough space for these teams to work with. Mad Esports, though, going to keep on engaging the fight. As actually, Alicia's still there, I believe. Well, okay, I got confused with the player colors, I believe. Okay, a little bit too close on the red. Maybe I'm colorblind, but it's going to be Alicia with a Groza. The airdrop weapon, jump shot, and it's just not going to be enough. Mad Esports surviving. Now it's going to be a duo. 6 eliminations, actually, to one of their members, HTSX. Able to actually put up the numbers on this game, but 777 might have a different plan in mind.
Well, let's see what's on the cards for them. When push comes to shove on this one. Will they take the fight down towards Mad? Will they potentially set their focus back around for a later wrap to get involved with things? Shots downrange here onto the loot truck. Meanwhile, as well, you got the drive-in coming up. That's going to be TGM that make their play. TT, that's Zerich, instantly getting his eyes lighting up as he spots them on parade and gets the bullets back over. He's been quick with some of his reactions throughout the knockout stage, and that seems to continue here. They got the vehicles close by for the rotate if they need to go for a bit of a distance coverage play on this one. Talk about distance. Effect is already miles ahead. He's actually right up in enemy territory, looking to take that forward scout position and potentially unload down towards TGM early.
Just trying to get an off angle because he has an idea that the fight between 777 and Mad Esports is going to unfold at some point in time this game. So he's just trying to set up a opportunity for them maybe to third party that fight if they could have a clean shot for it. Just, again, the thing about TT Project, they get the setup, but they're not going to overcommit. They're not going to take an unnecessary risk. If they can just get the angle and wait there, that's exactly what they're going to do. A very respectful team in this lobby, which you love to see at this kind of level of play. Even got a little bit of a 2-1-1 split. Effect on Zerich just keeping things in check and also serving as an anchor point for the two other squad mates to make that transition into the play zone. So everything is looking set up beautifully like a well-oiled machine. As AMX though, I know I keep repeating myself here, Jackie, about this team, but I want to see more. Currently standing in 17th place. Never my wildest dreams would I imagine AMX to be so low on the rankings after so many games played for some of these squads. This is their time to redeem themselves. They're making it really fun this game, making it to phase 5. They got 4 members. Come on, AMX. We need to see some presence on this game.
No, it's bizarre, right? It is very weird. It feels like an absolute fall-off compared to what we had seen prior for them. So hopefully there is some energy left in the tank, and it's just taken them some time to show it. Can't be having a poor affair overall. They're a team that's full of power. But you are right in the thick of it in terms of the close grouping there. Kino trapped in the ditch ahead. Ooh, default with the adjustment, and Kvik is able to follow through with the org to shut them down. So champions thinned out finally. Wave goodbye there. The 4 points they take home with them are off the back of their complete wipe onto Aurora way back towards the start of this game. Spike with eyes in the distance onto TGM as well, so looking for elims where possible. 77 do finally commit to their engagement on towards Mad, with Warrior winning out on that scrap initially. Neos now seeing that opportunity onto the weakened TGM to even snatch away another point there. So everyone is just vying for opportunities in what is quickly becoming a bit of a brawl.
It's going to get a bit dicey here. Got to make sure we can clean up shop. HTSX just not moving an inch. Really doesn't want to give any audio cues. He's still remaining in this room, in this particular building. 777 just want to eliminate that player. They want to find him. Oh, got to be careful there, actually. The car, 2-seater, is going to be on fire, so just a little spray here and there. That might just be the end for this vehicle, which is going to be a very important resource at this moment of a game because they're still on 9 circle. They're going to have to make a push forward. You still have a few dips and ridges to work with, but you might want to try and make a quicker rotation, and these cars are going to be very important, and I don't think they looted up any repair kits, so that's going to make it just a little bit harder to really execute your full potential in this game. 777, though, will be making it in the zone next to players of TGM, and the car will indeed explode. Unusable now for the rest of this match. Even that buggy smoking. Oh, they're really having a bad time.
Rotate options going out the pan, mate. Got to do it by foot. No vehicles to save your bacon. Zerich dashing the Molotov forward. Using the limited opportunity of cover right now as you tuck in for a second with nades landing on your face. Neos eats that one. As Havlik still got a couple more in the back pocket as well. Knows that was on target. Goes for the follow-up just off center. Cheeky plays, but will he actually be able to hit heavy and convert points off the back of this? Havlik eventually gets one off into the back line, so Efes falls and is instantly removed. Good point conversion off the flush, and he knows that he just has to get away. Backs off from it, so smart stuff so far. That's 5 elims now for Amix. Is this one of these classic games where they start to show up and start to take names with them?
It seems like they're going to try and actually solidify the position of Havlik. They send Default and Spike forward, so they really want to try and clean up this area, try and control the entirety of the southern edge of this Miramar match. This is a good fight. I love this 3-1 split unfolding in front of us from Amix. Good pieces of utility, though. We're looking also a decent response from 777. They're just delaying the fight, waiting for a squad to be eliminated fully, and then they're going to be committing to the engage themselves. That is going to be game over for another member. Down to now just Niels. He's in the blue. He's taking so much damage. There's just no hope of survival, and that is going to be the end of the line. TT Project meeting an early end of this game. And now 6 teams remain, meaning we're going to get so many more placement points on board for whoever's able to make it even deeper on this Miramar match. But AMX still have utility. How do they still have grenades? They've been raining it down for the longest time of TT Project. And they still have some to go onto 777. Oh my goodness, that's just a mini red zone just unfolding every time down south.
Yeah, non-stop explosions. And non-stop artillery with the rounds that are being fired out from everyone into this matchup. It's been quite an aggressive back and forth for the past couple minutes here. Havlik still set up on his hill. This is his domain, the landlord of the area. And right now, 777 are just renting their time in the battleground. Eventually, he's going to want to collect on this with the rest of the team and see if they can actually punish. Quick check over the ridge side, see if you can get any more info from it. Meanwhile, a similar play from Spike as he's on the move, closing the gap down, rolls it somewhat and dives out. Rest of the squad's there to support. They're looking towards the compound and do get a bit of a read in terms of the position that's set up for ARC, but they're going to have to fight against 777 eventually on this one. Smoke goes up for space, spot out onto motion. They know about Duchu now, it seems.
Yeah, they're going to try and spot that solo and get rid of him. By the way, just to set the stage again, macro-wise in this game, we still have GOAT, we still have ARCRED, we still have Vicious. The 3 most dominating teams today have still been able to make it so deep in this match. So many more points. We might start to see actually a big sponge situation happening in the leaderboards where they're just able to suck up all of those points. The Hoover of ECA is real. Who will it be, though? Will it be GOAT, ARCRED, or Vicious? We'll have to wait and see how things unfold later on down the line. It's Doran and Koa trying to chuck a bit of utility, but Amix still have util. I don't know where they get all that util from. They weren't even able to loot the crates of TT Project. So they're just, I guess their looting stage went really well early on this match. But Vicious, they don't have circle priority anymore. They have to start to bleed over the ridgeline, and look at that angle of Havlik. It's looking so deadly. And Doran will get picked off. Even GOAT are going to be joining the fray on that fight from a distance. So things are looking terrible for Vicious as one of the members is taken out. And it might just be the entire team in very, very soon, depending on how things happen here over to the west.
All quiet for now, at least. A brief moment of respite. But Vicious and Amix want to turn the volume up. The nades coming in, but it's actually the firepower of Default that lays the first blow. Koa with the trade back. Good knock onto them. Kvik making moves. 2 connections there as Narvalo will buckle. Doran on the ridge side peeks in, but it's actually the shots coming up quick. And that one will land onto him. Wave goodbye to the Vicious as they do crumble in their head-to-head. And with the limited play left, Amix have to quickly save their man and restock themselves. They do get Spike back up, so 2 players alive for that team. Third party galore as everyone's eyes were lighting up on the opportunity. Default. Oh, back in the fight. Instant repeat on it. Hang on. Inside of the smoke. Ayato somehow wins out on it, and they are panicking on this one. Default will sprint towards him. Looks for the clear, but he's not quick enough with it, and both of them go down to Ayato. So go again, setting themselves up for maybe a chicken dinner here.
GOAT and ARCRED are just playing a farming simulator game. This is not PUBG Mobile Esport. They got so many opportunities from a distance to get those elims, and actually really good push-up on that 2-2 split of GOAT team to make sure they can eliminate that Western threat later on in this game. So really, really strong setup for what could be a very strong chicken dinner. Again from GOAT, we could be looking at a back-to-back win off the back of that Everest finish on Erangel. Now could be looking at an open finish next to Torre Almada here on Miramar. Though 777, not sure how they were able to survive the incoming nades of Amix earlier this game, but they did it. They survived. The Western Mountain not in play anymore. Actually, GOAT, this is a bit of a risky play being up there. As you push downhill, it's really hard to smoke that area as you try and make that descent down in the valley. You're just waiting for ARCRED to take those shots. So my question is, ARCRED, do they have the ammo count to take those eliminations? Not sure. As 777 going to deny those points out to the blue. Not a terrible play. As 6 does find a little bit of a shed to hide into. Maybe snatch away a second place. But here, this push is going to be so hard to execute, Jackie. Will ARCRED be able to defend successfully, or will we have a strong push of GOAT to try and subvert expectations and claim this chicken dinner?
We'll find out, man, but it feels like GOAT have been ramping up. They've been getting better and better. And this is more like the squad that we expected to see, the known quantity, actually rearing its head into these lobbies now. And if they can find a way to win out on this encounter versus ARCRED, then hey, it should be easy pickings to get themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner potentially, which would be a hell of a run for them. Get a whole load of points thrown into the knapsack and make out like bandits. For 777 though, is there somehow an opportunity for 6 to just lurk it out? You wouldn't imagine it. Feels like that second place will be Destine. He is trapped in position.
Oh no!
Oh mate, imagine just a small segment. That's all he needed, Max, but there's no air. There's nothing to do. He goes down to the blues. He will be finished off inside of the shed. And it is, of course, our 2 teams left to go head-to-head then. GOAT versus ARCRED. 4 members alive on either side. It all comes down to this.
There's actually a few decent options here north of the compound that if you want to see GOAT team try and flex out and get multiple off angles, it could work out significantly for themselves in their favor. But I've been seeing since earlier Glory, he's got a P90. That could be a deadly weapon to go up against. But things are slowing down. Thing is, at least for GOAT team, one big positive, right? They still have vehicles to rotate with, and they also picked up a lot of death crates, meaning all of the death crates from AMIX, from Vicious up on the mountaintop, they were able to get for themselves. So they got a lot of utility, grenades, etc. So they're looking really stacked in terms of loot. And they will be making it forward. Actually sending a few players really close, actually in the compound, it seems. It's going to be a full-on breach. It's GOAT team looking for the push, but unfortunately in a very nadeable position. Things are just not working out whatsoever. And now GOAT team down to a solo. It's going to be Moxie. I think that was a way over-aggressive attempted, Jackie, and things just not working out as ARCRED now looking to leverage that man advantage in a 3v1 situation.
Yeah, play with the numbers, play with the firepower. It all went south so quickly for GOAT. And that's how it ends. ARCRED picking up the pieces there. Chances for the back-to-back. Their fingertips were touching it, but it was not enough to grab hold of the W on that one. So ARCRED rear their head again. That's their second chicken dinner of the day overall. They might not be connected, but it's still another gigantic leap of points for this team. Showing up playing a blinder here in Knockout.
I got a little bit confused at the end of that game from GOAT team. I get the idea of you want to try and breach the compound because you didn't have too many strong positions outside of the compound, so you just want to maybe try and actually just take the fight head on. But standing on that wall in particular, you're just asking Jackie to get naded or mollied just to oblivion, which is exactly what unfolded in the finishing minutes of that game. So very confused as to why. I think even if you do want to commit to the push in the compound, you can send it actually to the east wall. Which actually, if you do that, you kind of actually get yourself decent entry point into the compound. But no, they send it all in just one very narrow area, which is just not going to work out for them. It could have been a back-to-back win, but no, ARCRED will be our team to claim their second chicken dinner actually of today, right? Able to pull it off earlier on Rondo and now here on Miramar. So that's going to be a ton of points secured by not just them, but these 2 teams here at the end of this Miramar. So very, very consistent stuff indeed from these 2 squads.
No, beautiful signs, you know, very good for really, realistically, both teams, even with that blip aside of potentially a bit of a fumble there for them on the side of GOAT, mate, you're still going to be content with the fact they're actually being able to get these sort of games where there are first and second places up for grabs between both of these squads. It's been a big set of things from them. And that's going to be our highlighted team stats, of course, for ARCRED, the winning team on that one. Hardboy with 4 elims to his name. Good damage distribution across the board. Star as well, playing a bit of blinder at times, finding his chance to get some corking shots off. 566 damage there.
This is a prime example as to why I want cover flares on other battlegrounds outside of Rondo. This would have been way closer if GOAT team even had just 1 or 2 cover flares to work with at the end, but in this map, we just don't have that extra piece of utility. 4 airdrops actually looted up, so we did have a few airdrop weapons. Of course, we saw the Groza in the hands of Alicio. We did have actually one of the members of ARCRED playing with a P90, which is really strong, but it was not down to any of those weapons to win the game. It was mainly down to that utility, to those grenades that were just so impactful. And actually, for how many grenades we saw, Jackie, coming through this game, only 4 grenade eliminations seems quite low, actually. I thought we'd see way more, possibly close to the double-digit mark, but no, it was just not meant to be this game, it seems. But still, a strong performance, GOAT team ARCRED. at this point just going to be create such a massive lead in the leaderboards that I'm really excited to see where they stand now in these rankings, because they've been having an absolute banger day 2 performance in this knockout stage.
Yeah, no, they really have. It's beautiful to watch, actually, this sort of firepower that's coming out from them. Some of the games we had in recalibration, then also into day 1, there were limited opportunities where it felt like they were on the precipice of greatness, but never quite giving us their full firepower. Today, very different story. ARCRED are fired up, and the reactor is red hot, mate. It's good to see. Hardboy hitting some crisp shots as well. Actually, good headshot percentage from him there, to being able to show us that he's got that crisp level of lethality coming out in these games of PUBG Mobile. Let's have a look at our overall top players as well for that game. Any standouts here, Max, outside of the known quantities?
I mean, HTSX, right? He's just up there. 6 eliminations for Mad Esports. Good to see a player step up and get actually somewhat presence in this game, because they just are so adamant, it seems, on taking these early skirmishes. But yeah, I would just like to see them just make it to the late game as a full squad, which I believe we've almost never seen this entire tournament. So will be a good shift of gears for the squad of Mad. Default up there for Amix. Actually, yeah, this is the best game of Amix the entire tournament, right, Jackie? We were talking about how you wanted to see just this team kind of develop a bit further in the late game scenarios to actually get more placement points and eliminations. This is exactly that, and hopefully this is going to be the start of a really big improvement storyline for this team that has started up very slow. They're starting to speed things up and hopefully get some more exponential points as the days go on. Looking at the match rankings though, still 20 points on board for ARCRED, 12 for Go, and then it plateaus off at 11, 9.8 points. This goes to show to me that I think the second page is going to be very low on the point side here, Jackie, because a lot of teams took early fights that just did not work out whatsoever.
No, that's very true. One of those sides as well, man, being Aurora, right, that obviously just got completely overthrown by champions early. It just, sent them on a bit of a downward spiral. Afterlife, nil points, KZ, nothing to work with, 27 as well. It's really been a bit of a unship-shape game for them over the past couple. Brutal stuff. Let's see what that does to our overall rankings. And look at that. Make difference of 1 point there, Max, between champions and ARCRED taking the #1 spot in our rankings today. They're even one chicken dinner up as well, so if that did go down to a tiebreaker, they would have cleared them. That's crazy.
The thing is, all of the teams currently in the top 6 have been insanely consistent, right? Champions, ARCRED, DG77, TT Project, a Vicious, GOAT team now too, that had an insane banger day 2 in Knockout. It's going to be really tough to predict who's going to be able to actually remain in the top 4 to make it directly into the grand finals. And then you do have a little bit of a gap being created between 6th and 7th place, 8-point difference between GOAT and Aurora that keep on slipping. And actually, talking about Aurora real quick, I know we talked about them a lot because they're not having a great day. Actually, they're not having a great knockout stage. It feels to me like they're not trying. They're just like, oh, we can fight, we'll just send it. This is Aurora, I would say, just not trying, which I'm a bit disappointed by. I want to see them try, but this is just them just like, we'll just go for it because why the hell not? What do you think? Do you agree or not?
Man, I don't know. It's weird where I don't know if it's not trying as much as it's like kind of not having the same level of respect that maybe they need. I suppose that'd be the element, right? Because it just feels like they're throwing themselves at like carnage. They're just going into basically situations where it's like you don't necessarily need to fight it. It's not going to give them that much to work with. Not even for position or anything like that. They just kind of walk in as a team. It's not even one man. It's not even Doc like out on an island. Just the team going, yeah, we'll just fight, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're tunnel visioning. Maybe they're just thinking, all right, we'll just coast through. Maybe we don't get a top 4 at this point. Weird, Max.
And the thing is, it's as per tradition with this team. You start to criticize them slightly, say like, this is not looking too good. I feel like they're messing up, and then they're just going to have the best game ever. It might happen next game. We'll have to see, but it's typical Aurora stuff here.
Yeah, we'll find out, won't we? But we'll be back in a couple minutes' time, guys. Join us for some more action following the break.
Start the war!
Hang on, kept you guessing. Don't worry, just a little bit of magic there. No worries, everyone at home. We're back. It's myself and Max, of course, with some more action about to go down. Very brief intermission there between games, as we like to bring you the action thick and fast here, Max. And that's what we've been getting out of some of these teams. Some good results from some of the squads that were further down the rankings, making a massive climb. And the shift for the race to top 4 has drastically changed today.
Yeah, I mean, you've got so many favorites now. The top of the rankings that we're looking at has heavy contenders for those 4 slots to make it straight into the grand finals. As you said, also comebacks like Amix, for example. 777 also getting decent points on board. Also placement points, which is really nice to see from them on Miramar. But we are starting to get to the point of this tournament where I'm going to start counting teams out completely. So I'm not going to be looking at them too much at the bottom of the rankings. But here we go. It's Rondo back once again. Are we going to have the double planes here this time? It's been quite rare. We haven't had it actually at all so far this PMGO tournament on Rondo. Will it be the case this time around? And it is going to be the double plane. One northern one from Kungxia over to Lunpo down southwest. And then it's going to be from Longho over to the northern end of Jadina City for the southern plane. Meaning we could have a little bit of a situation where we do have some drop locations being spread heavily throughout the entirety of this battleground. But Neox and especially Yulin should be available for all of these teams to fight for. So Yulin might get a little bit more busy in the next few seconds to come.
It very well could be. A lot of traffic. This is what we were waiting for. We get our double planes. We get things looking potentially a bit spicy. So let's find out just how many intense bouts between the battleground we're going to be getting out of this. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes down.
We'll see how things are going to be wrapping up for some of these squads. Looking at the drop. Yeah, Yulin is going to have a few teams dropping up. Actually, wait, they're dropping north of Yulin, but they're not really committing. I thought they were just going to stretch with a parachute and make it up there, but no, no, no. It seems like right now it's going to be at least a late rotation somewhat. Test track, 2 teams are going to head there. It's going to be Ozrox and also TGM. The one early clash will be unfolding. It's going to be TT Project fighting a split-up Aurora. Actually, also TT Project are relatively split themselves. It's a 2-2. As they will be having Zerich here, looking to push his way forward with the JS9. But also on the opposing side, Doc scored JS9 of his own. The thing is, you know, the Doc in a solo situation, that's when he might just prevail. Good pre-fire, and actually to find Zerich. Can we see the game start off with a 1v2 from Doc? Having to reload the UMP. FP's in a bit of a tricky spot. Good jump shot attempt, but it's just not going to connect, and that's it. Going to get the reset on his teammate, and that's going to be Doc. Unfortunately, no teammates nearby here, so that res will not come through.
No, he is a knocked man crawling. And FS will be the Grim Reaper on that one, finally finishes him. It was almost a classic Doc peak. He kind of tried to thread the needles, doing like trigonometry, a bit of mathematics in his head to try and thread the bullet round the corner through the window, but could not be done, unfortunately. Thankfully, of course, thus is the way of Rondo. Doc will go, and Doc will return. He's back into the action early on, so nothing to worry about there. Kavic's been banged out by one of the guard NPCs. That's quite funny.
Oh, that's, well... Yeah, not surprised. Ring Jiang. The thing is, they're actually really strong. I've got knocked by them a couple of times. I would like to not have to admit that, but they're actually quite stacked. If you're not careful, they might just obliterate the entire team. I've seen squad wipes in esports, actually. Not in this, like, caliber of tournaments, but I have seen it happen in, like, you know, maybe B tier, C tier events, where a team is just not very careful, and it's an agent squad wipe, which is rare, but yeah, it does happen. But the loot over there is really good, and it's actually kind of worth it sometimes to set up shop over there. You just got to really push as a full team. If you don't go solo, you'll be fine. If you do go 1-by-1, well, already why are you going 1-by-1 in this caliber of a tournament? I don't know, but especially against agents, you're really messing up at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels it feels weird because of obviously how Amex have had a bit of a rough one as well, where it's just like, whoa. Is the mental game just starting to get to him a little bit? That's kind of what I was thinking, but maybe, who knows, Max? Sometimes those guards do have gigantic biceps. Anyway, champions here getting some shots down range from the side of Aurora. Ooh, they want revenge. But it is a bit of a trade demo on the drive-by. Oh, boy.
But look again, it's champions versus Aurora. Why does it keep happening every game? This drama happening in the back. I don't know what's happening. No, someone talked smack on an Instagram story or something. I don't know what's going on, but there's some real drama between these two teams. They keep chasing each other. I feel like champions every time they just get a knock on the member. And they're like, oh, that's Aurora. They full commit and send it. It's just, yeah, they smell of blood in the water. As Oz rocks over to their own fight here. Actually up north of the river on Rondo. Able to start off the game with 3 elims, so that's very good again for a team that I was expecting more from, especially with an experienced player like Melaz. They had a slow start, and they also have Bad Boy, which is a very strong player on their team. But they just maybe need a little bit more time to really get in the swing of things in this tournament, and it's not game over, even if they do not have an opportunity to make it top 4. Survival stage, you have so many more slots available to make it to the finals, Jackie, so I'm not going to be too scared. Teams that maybe are still learning at this point, it's not game over just yet. You have ample opportunities to improve your gameplay and come back even stronger on the final stage of this group stage.
Yeah, it's not over. It's just mildly over for some teams, which you can always recover from. That is the beauty of the format here, obviously being a little bit longer and giving you that sort of second chance safety net. It's also the reward that you earn for yourself, man. Come in top 4, you get that break, you get that opportunity to observe, and then you come in fresh. For some teams, that can be a bit of a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Some teams really benefit from having the downtime, right? Some squads, you come back in, suddenly you're a little bit off-kilter again, have to warm back up. So it's always an interesting dynamic. But if you're given the choice, having the guaranteed like jump straight through, you'll always take that.
I mean, actually, I do want to do a quick highlight of the format. I really enjoyed this format. Actually, we're real quick going to focus on the fight happening inside of Neox Factory. It's going to be down to now just this one play of TGM picked off. That's going to be an easy elimination secured by KED of Motion, the Polish team. But yeah, the format of this tournament is really fun because if you're a team that starts hot, you're getting rewarded early on by already qualifying for the finals. And if you're a team that needs a little bit more time to get your gameplay in full swing, that's then where you can really shine in the survival stage. So I think it's just a format that really favors so many different playstyles and how you approach a tournament in this event. So no, I think the format is really good to see so many different teams and how they execute their strategy kind of bloom fully in these tournaments until you reach the finals. So yeah, whoever did the format for this tournament and also the PMGCs, I'm really enjoying it for the last few years now. So keep it up. There you go. I'm just glazing the format. I really like it. It's really good.
No, you pop off. You pop off, mate. You enjoy your format. It is a good format. As formats go, it's probably one of the best ones, honestly. It gives us some of the better competition. I think we get some great storylines out of it. So, yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy. I would not complain.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to complain about, though? It's always a river split on Rondo. I don't know what's happening. These circles... Rondo, compared to... Well, especially Sanok back in the day, but especially when you're looking at Erangel and you're looking at Miramar. Miramar's got a little bit of water down southwest and even just straight up south of the map. But you have such little amount of water on Rondo, and now today this is going to be 2 games where we have almost a 50-50 river split on like phase 1. Maybe will be the case in phase 2. Yeah, the circle's just been loving these water endings that have been really tough for teams to play around. ARCRED loved it earlier apparently, but yeah, you don't see it often. But teams here are just being forced to really adapt to these circles. And by the way, as we see where the circle has shifted, you see that river in the distance? This is the worst river in the entirety of the game. It's got no cover. It's just a straight road, no elevation whatsoever. You go there and the team spots you, you're done. You're dead. Don't even try and cross it. So it's going to be very careful to see if teams will attempt to make the cross later on in this match. As SSC will be looking to clash with good old GOAT. Got a good start today, getting himself that chicken dinner on Erangel. Here looking to take up an early engagement, and most of the members are here, so it might be tough to actually go for the recall if you do lose all of your members at this point.
Yeah, it's dicey out there right now, so be careful. Yeah, it's on target. Force blowing away SSE. Oh god, I thought that one was actually going to bounce back on a focus. Does actually tag him a little bit. All right, calm down, guys. Goat team certainly got the blood pumping. Ooh, straight through the smoke. Pop that one. See you later, Luis. Instantly blown away. And Lucio just gets ruined by Force.
I can already predict a few of the comments of people responding to that knock. Like, he was in a very predictable position just behind the wall. You're going to pre-fire that just to make sure. So that was actually a really good predict play and move from Force. Oh, there we go. Water taken out of the equation. I like to see it. Cool. No bridge finish in play. That would have been absolutely hectic to witness. though teams next to Jadina are going to have to think about what their move is going to be. 27 plus, Aurora, SSC, and also XSC actually did get the full reset then, thanks to the Jadina City recall tower. And same for GOAT team as Moxie. Actually, I think Moxie just left the team to try and actually get access to a recall tower in case the team does get squad wiped by SSC. So just kind of insurance at that moment. But they won it, so now he has to start to think about how he's going to regroup with his teammates, with his comrades. Because that is going to be quite a large rotate. A lot of teams are in Jadina. Moxie doesn't want to go there as a solo. That is going to be just way too big a risk to take.
Yeah, risk averse, probably more the way you want to lean right now, as we're coming up towards the end of the day, realistically as well. So opportunities for points for some of these teams in particular getting very, very few and far between. The nade reign of terror from both Afterlife and GOAT team seems to be continuing across the battleground as they are hitting pretty consistently with these bad boys. Do look to close the gap and follow up from this as well. Misha cooking another one. See if any of these will be on target. Ked's very low. Windy might want to take that fight. Seems like he will peek into it. Yeah, there we go. That's classic Windy flavor.
Yeah, he's putting up so many good numbers for Afterlife. He's been having an absolute field day in this tournament as of right now. Again, rookie of the tournament. Definitely a title that he could be looking to claim for himself. But now he's got some of his squad, which usually you don't see often. Windy, when he pops off, he's got a few of his squad mates already eliminated, sent to an early grave. But no, this time is not going to be the case. It's actually KZ now going to be able to get himself up to 3 elims for feelings. So he's having an absolute banger performance so far this game on Rondo. Can he increase those numbers even more against Afterlife as they are starting to retreat fully, looking to leave this ridgeline? They want to be a bit cautious, though. Those nades are just looking so accurate from KZ. You don't want to really disrespect them too much. So moving back into cover, into the buildings. And KZ just somewhat letting it happen, really. It's just not worth chasing it down. You might put yourself at risk, and you're also going to see where the circle is going to head now in 2 seconds. Circle shift, and it is going to be heading slightly up northeast of this zone. Around to TT Project, Ozrox, and the likes of Vicious. So this is going to be looking like, a kind circle. Most of the teams are already going to be in zone. So outside of 777 and TGM, everyone should be looking relatively comfortable for this match.
Stay calm, cool, and collected. I do wonder if, for the Vicious as well, what more they'll get out of today, considering how nice it's been for them. Obviously, right here, it's looking very rough around the edges. That head-to-head versus Mad that's resulting in a good majority of the squad going down to their last legs. Could be a brutal sign of life for them if they're not able to really convert too much onto this Rondo matchup. This is the POV here with Koa in the building, playing close on the ledge side. Ooh, tried to tuck in for the turn, but no. And no one else in position to bring them back into action as well. That is the complete collapse on it. So it's a 0-point game going out first there. Oof.
Yeah, really good collapse, as you say here, from HTSX and Bio. Just really, the timing was on point. Even if one of the players does get knocked, I feel like they're just able to use the numbers to its full potential to overwhelm and get that one elim for themselves. So yeah, really good execution. That really goes to show the comms are on point in that team. So over to the rest of these squads. A few teams going to go for the wide rotate. One of those teams actually going to be champions, widely rotating around the western edge of zone. Getting very close to Afterlife and KZ Esports. We've got to be a little bit careful. Might want to keep stretching it, as we do see also here 777 going for full reset. Getting that one knocked player back on the battlefield. We'll see if we can claim a chicken dinner off the back of it. They do have a 2-2 split right now, by the way. They're in Danching, also known as Parkour City. They could actually get a decent foothold in the zone. Outside of this Aurora, keep in mind, looking at the leaderboards here, they don't have a single extra recall available. So whatever fight they get involved here, Jackie next, whoever's flushed out of the game, they are out for good here on Rondo.
Yeah, if you go down, that's your storyline ending abruptly. Oh, and it's not looking good there for Afterlife either. Already down to 2 players. Ozorox just Leon 44 for the second time today. It feels like he's been trapped in a solo position where he's just waiting to meet his maker. An effect very well might be that man. The nades coming out onto his angle. Probably just a matter of time on this one. Threading the nades through, trying to get that right on target through the little window there.
And they only have 1 recall, so even if he does get out of that fight, which I don't think he is, he should be remaining as a solo. Maybe a duo if one of his fallen teammates is the one that has the recall available. But the recall towers, they're going to deactivate very soon, so even then the clock is ticking very swiftly in this match. Ozorox also, yeah, in 12th position. Top 4's looking slightly out of reach. Not the case, though, for our top squads. TT Project, ARCRED, Champions, I mean, Jackie, all alive and still have a lot of recalls available. So if they want to take a risk now and go for the reset quickly, you still got, what is that, 30 seconds to work with? You can afford it. It's going to be quite tough as SSC, again, getting eliminated early on, just like on Miramar, just not quite able to get the points they're really looking for, and will remain in the middle pack of the leaderboards, quite a distance away from the top 4.
Oh, defaults. Getting a couple bullets out with the heavy guns. And punishing. This is obviously an MX side that still looking like there's always something more to be desired, uncharacteristic of their form overall on the run of things today. This 2-2 split from Aurora as well. Is it going to be cleaner on this one? Already had the 4 elims in the back pocket, but how far do they go on the game? Spike gets punished there by 777. We do get the POV of Amix. Let's see how this fight goes down. Havlik with a spray. Good for 1 to open things up. Spike should be recoverable as well. They're going to try and play medic on that. Havlik can dedicate his time to it. Closing the gap, though. You're pushing up very close here. Utility in her hands. Close nade round the corner. Won't land where they wanted it to try and punish. And if they could actually bounce a nade out, mate, get a bit of a reverb onto that, you could absolutely blow away all of Amix here. They're in such a close quarters position. It's a bit of a choke point. So this is quite an intense fight. It could go south very quickly. They do opt to go straight in, and default unloads.
Oh, the MG3, beautiful weapon here to use, and CQC just spray and pray. And you know what? That's going to be enough, apparently, to get rid of the entirety of 777. What a fight. What an engage. And Amix looking so good on paper this match. Though, can we say the same about Aurora Gaming as they look to encroach on the terrain of Mad Esports? So far, decent opening, not losing a single member to close the gap. And Mad here, not going to be looking too healthy, right? Losing half of their squad down to a duo. The nades are inbound, doing some decent work, kind of also denying a few rooms away from Mad. You've got to be careful. These nades are doing so much work through those windows. Ziol also trying to get his own. Actually, that might get the knock onto Absolute. He's not healing up right now. He's going to start to heal up now. I think it might be a little bit too late. Ziol, beautiful nade right on the balcony. And now it's a solo 1v4 against Aurora. It's going to be tough. Depending on the weapon he has also. No third parties. No one's going to be looking to ruin this engagement for Aurora, so they can just fully commit. Send on to the solo. Don't do it one by one, though, of course. As Aurora, they do spot one, but Reefer's going to get shut on down. Bio able to find himself a double. He got a bit risky. But the man advantage will prevail, and Aurora will be back in this game looking healthy as a 4-man team.
Yeah, reset, recalibrate, and see just how far they can go with it then. From those 4 elims up to 6, it's a damn sight better than the previous games were going for them. So they're going to count their blessings with what they've been given. So much room for a bit of an explosive clash, though. You can see Champions, Afterlife, KZ, all breathing down each other's necks here. Ooh. So as soon as someone sort of pulls the first pin, they're all going to be scrapping amongst each other.
Yeah, turmoil is brewing here in this fight. Thing is, the recall tower is useless now. It's been deactivated going into phase 5. So even if you do get eliminated, guess what? That is going to be game over for your squad mates. I would even love to see a team like maybe Champions, maybe KZ, that is not surrounded by teams to just try and get a swift exit from the vicinity. It's not worth it at this point. You can leapfrog across the road. I think that will be a better option. Same for Amix. They're still in Parkour City. hopefully they can try and leave that spot entirely, but Afterlife are just trying to survive, putting smokes down, just like, please forget we exist. As Demo, not a terrible cover flare, actually. They're going to actually try to create cover away from teams that are currently in the zone, such as, for example, TT Project or Motion. Trying to keep their back clear. And their nose is clean, as that's going to be Demo. How does he get knocked here by Zixi through the smoke? What a spray with the AUG. But unfortunately, it's still just not going to be enough, it seems. That's going to be Afterlife completely demolished, crossed off the map, and out in 10th place.
Yeah, goodbye Afterlife. A squad with a lot of talent, but not enough right here, right now, in the thick of things when bullets are being thrown all around. Goat, though, will respond in kind, eliminating 27 plus, and Amex's reign of terror with the heavy weaponry does continue as the bullets are landing, but they're being fought back. You give as good as you get, and Aurora and TT work together to shut them down. So goodbye Amex once again. It's actually the nade play from Zerich that did a whole bunch of damage, and KZ are really throwing caution to the wind. They want to get stuck into this encounter versus champions. You're being ushered forward by the zone as a player down from either side. You're on your last legs here realistically. Nades hitting, a calamity's occurring. They are panicking into this battle.
Even one player of KZ tried to pick up his teammate on the front, on the bonnet of his car, just like, come with me, we can't stay here any longer. And they're going to swiftly exit this area, this zone. As a not a bad fight to lead, actually. It's just going to be a waste of time. The blue zone's going to be taking up the entirety of the area, and the tick damage is going to be significant in phase 5, especially as we transition into circle number 6. So you don't want to stick around for too long. So good exit. Good strat from KZ. Whoever did the IGLing call there, you have my respects. Though champions looking to pick up one of their teammates in the buggy. They do it successfully. KZ, can they find the damage? Can they get a knock? They do get a bit of damage at that range, but it's just not going to convert into a knock. No eliminations, nothing secured. But though we haven't talked about one team this entire game, Jackie, and it is going to be TT Project. They're in the middle of this circle on top of a slight mountain. They got complete oversight on everything unfolding in this circle. But the thing is, they don't have access to death crates, meaning their loot might be getting very scarce at this point of the match.
Yeah, could leave themselves high and dry on resources that might come back to haunt them late game. Although, again, man, we've seen them do a lot with a little quite a few times. They are one of these sides that can be very sort of, you know, self-sufficient, even with only one clip, one nade. They still know how to make it count. So let's see if playing the numbers is still going to work from them in a game like this. Motion going to be tested, and they answer that call with a good result. Duchu and Ked, that duo that's been very lethal, once again playing it to perfection on the crash up from a solo man there from champions. They can afford to take liberties, though. That's the difference maker. That's one of the sides in this lobby that feel pretty confident, heads above water, so they can run risks and go for some of these more aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be their game plan, their approach this game. Everyone looking to now just make their way into the circle. So far, Aurora has been able to do it successfully, sending 2 players in. It's going to be Reefus and Ziol, the proactive scouts and anchor points of the team, as Motion also looking to make their own dash forward. The thing is, will TT Project let that one happen? Will Aurora let it happen? Apparently not. They want to take those shots out of range, and that's going to be some decent damage connecting. That's going to be one knock on Ibiza, followed up by Duchu. Only half the team will successfully make it to the zone. And even then, they just make it to the bottom of the mountain of TT Project. That hilltop is going to be very nadeable. But the main question I asked earlier, do they have the bullets and do they have the nades? Will TT Project have the resources to stand strong in that position and defend it successfully to claim a chicken dinner? I'm not too sure. We'll have to check out their inventory very soon, as Ked will be the next to fall. Motion getting absolutely wrecked upon that transition. Matek, though, the nade getting cooked up, gets some decent damage, but it's just not meant to be, and that's going to be game over. Motion out, not able to breach the top 5, and that's some decent points headed the way of KZ Esports.
No, I'm not seeing much motion from them anymore, Max, as they get finished off. And this fight looks like it's edging closer and closer with Aurora. Eyes lighting up, looking for any opportunities to snatch away points in a circle like this and see if they can cook on it. KZ tucked in with a little bit of cover as well. That's Moxie's POV here, close towards Doc. Doc doing classic Doc things as he's sprinting around, looking for any chance to unload his magazine. Reefus gets the read in the back line with Goat team that have been peeking towards the rooftop. If you stick your head out There's a chance this man might just peel it straight back. Got the 3x on the AUG. Ooh, a little bit exposed towards the rear side, but doesn't give a damn. Confident that he'll be okay.
Really good use of the cover flares, actually, from Aurora. Really just negating the off-angle of GOAT Team. And if they were to actually get rid of GOAT Team entirely, they can start to flex out even more. But the thing is, Yol, I guess he's slightly over-peaked. He does get picked off. But because of the cover flares, it will be a resable entity. You might want to get away from, you might want to get away from that buggy. That starting to smoke is going to get a little bit too dangerous. And we did see swiftly in the elimination feed, Top get an opening knock onto KZ. Thing is, because they do lose Zyol for a little bit there, they have to slow down the push. They can't overcommit as they do not have everyone in a healthy condition. But the circle shifts once again. 3 teams still in zone. KZ Esports, TT Project, and Aurora. We're still uncertain as to who will be the ones to stand strong and claim this chicken dinner here. It's still up in the air.
Yeah, it's no one's guaranteed game yet. Ooh, Top though. Wants to make it a whole lot easier for the squad as he will punish onto one. Zyol with a follow-up back over. That's Zerich taking hefty blows. So for TT, it's suddenly gone so much worse for wear. They were hoping they'd be able to coast into a better position. Of course, you know, like you said, they were set up very early into this one, but hadn't really been tested. As soon as the actual might comes their way, they cannot withstand it. So down to just a solo to try and snake through. Might not be the dream scenario. It's only really Ephes you've got left that's tucked in on the top side. Aurora now has space to make a move. Reefus on the peak towards the ridge. They spot the head there. I mean, they're going to just unload a couple bullets back. You got vehicles for the reposition, so they're okay to move on it. They're looking very antsy, though.
Ooh, sprays. Yeah, I still feel like TT Project. I already mentioned and highlighted how they are a respectful team in this lobby, not overtaking any fights that's just not necessary to commit to. But here, I feel like they got way too passive and they just got fully surrounded and overwhelmed in this hilltop compound. KZ, though, going to be spotted in the smoke. The Molotov. Oh, he can't even make it inside the building. Really good proactive molly from Aurora. As now they got the entire northern edge of this ridge. This is looking like an Aurora game, and as a massive throw happens, they've got the angles, they've got the fighting capabilities to back up the play, and they do get himself their 15th elimination here. This is Aurora, Jackie, coming out of nowhere. We criticized them once, and they're like, we mean business. And here they could be looking for at least a 25 point on Rondo, and they're still looking to claim even more souls in this game.
Yeah, they want to show up and massively perform on this one, it seems then. Like you said, Max, it's that classic curse. As soon as you start to count them out, that's when they rise to supremacy. And right now, it's Zol that's hitting heavy again as he'll punish for another pickup play in this battleground. GOAT Team and TT with limited firepower as scrap that. TT, all they're going to be doing is dropping the TT emote as they're crying on this one. They lose their last man in Ephes, and it all goes down to the head-to-head of the duo of the GOAT squad. It's focus and force. They can be lethal at time, but can they work together to actually get anything out of this last bout versus the full firepower of Aurora? It doesn't look likely. Only force remains. Aurora should be bargaining for a chicken dinner that's almost guaranteed fully now.
Maybe going for the res on your teammate and running in the blue zone would have been the better option, but Aurora won't let that happen. It's going to be Doc on the front line with the S12K looking to get the final play of GOAT Team, and it will finally be an Aurora chicken dinner in the knockout stage in absolute banging fashion on good old Rondo.
They get it done. Aurora arrives as the skyline changes with the Borealis lighting things up. Huge maneuvers there for the Mongolian side. All right, mate, that's a whole different kettle of fish. They go from floundering, from us questioning where they are, where their heads are at, to getting not only the chicken dinner, but also a 19-point earner elimination game off the back of that. Great result.
Champions are like, we didn't get rid of them? I thought we eliminated the entire squad early in the game, but they did have the recalls, right, working out in their favor. So strong performance from Aurora. And yeah, I said, the moment we start talking smack about this team, they just take it very personally and they just start to actually play some S+ tier PUBG Mobile. And really, after their first fights where they got eliminated by Champions, the way they start utilizing their 2-2 split and then taking control of the northern ridgeline was just IGLing to its absolute peak right from Doc in this case. And it really seemed like the communication was just way stronger, and this team was trying to actually bring some top-tier action on the battlegrounds. We have some quick replays of this moment. But yeah, even the shots they were taking, right, is just not overcommitting, not taking too many unnecessary risks. This is the Aurora I was expecting. It took a while to get there, but we finally got them here on this match.
No, exactly. Yeah, a slow burn, but one that still delivers when it arrives, which at least is what we can ask for from them. We just wanted to see Aurora getting into a position where still showing us what sort of firepower this team has, because we know how damn good they can be, and Doc brought that out in quick succession on this one. Nearly 1k damage in the back pocket for him, 7 elims, 5 knocks as well, and the rest of the side helping out massively as well. Top popping up, he was crisp from distance, mate, even closer to hitting that 1k damage mark with the 5 elims there. So you think about the amount of assists this guy's being able to provide to the team. Big stuff.
Zyol for me has been the unsung hero of this game. Maybe not in terms of eliminations, even though the elimination count is really high for all of the members of Aurora Gaming, but it's more as he was trying to get some initial angles and positions held down by himself to actually kind of set up the rest of his squad, especially Doc, that because of those angles and those really good setups, he would be able to flex out massively in these games and actually get 7 eliminations. So Zyol, macro-wise, positionally speaking, was very, very important to the success of this team. And as we look at the overall match summary with the stats of this game, able to get himself 17 headshots. Actually, a ton of headshots happening here. Maybe most of them coming out from TT Project with that central position on the hilltop. But of course, are we surprised? Personally, not really. It's Doc will be your match 9 MVP on Rondo. And yeah, in absolute banging fashion for this player.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Doc. Just really giving it the business, mate. Playing that sort of classic Doc PUBG Mobile that we've come to know and love over the years. And again, delivering it with a level of lethality that the lobby just couldn't keep up with on that one. Made Rondo look rambunctious, which is the dream position to be in. So beautiful signs there from him. And like you say, the entire squad playing good on that one. You can see that represented here again, of course, with his teammate being in close succession there at the top players overall of the lobby in match 9, as Top will join Doc in the runnings. Zerich, Unfeeling, and also Ephes as well on display there from the rest of our squad. So TT still having a good show of things, just not quite having the full control of the lobby in the most important moments of that game.
Yeah, no, able to actually get himself some really good numbers around the board for the top players. So I was looking at the rotation of groups right now. I was really paying attention. I was like, who's not going to be playing this next game? I'm just getting a little bit too ahead of myself. But no, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting map rotation for the groups heading into the last game of the day on Erangel. But looking at the match rankings then, yep, it's going to be a massive 29 points coming out from this team. Actually, 11 knocks, able to snatch away and steal a few limbs here and there. It seems a really good presence again from Aurora, as TT Project up to 14, 12. It always kind of plateaus off. But the second half, actually, you know what? Again, highlight for AMIX actually showing some presence. Sure, it's a bit low when you compare it to the big performance of this game, right? But 7 eliminations, well, 7.6 eliminations in this game. AMIX, it might be still a bit late to actually breach in the top 4, but this is making me at least more hopeful, Jackie, for what they could achieve going into the survival stage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, look, it's one of those where I think we're seeing good signs of life from some of our teams that needed to bubble back up, right? And if this is where Aurora find their footing and prove that, that's brilliant. But for some of the other squads that are a little bit lower down, I don't know how long it's really going to take for them to fully arise. Hammocks are looking like they are getting a little bit better as things have gone on, but nothing classic in terms to the big maneuvers that we were getting out of them previously in the club open. So a bit of a shame there, but let's have a look at the overall rankings and digest this one a little bit. We can see TT have moved up into 3rd place and Aurora now in a nice firm position in the top 4 with 9 points of difference between them and the newly crowned 5th place team in GOAT team, pushing Dagestan 77 very far down considering the position they were in previously. So for DG down to 6th place now.
I'm sure Dagestan's not going to be too happy about that. They haven't played for the last 3 games now. So they're coming back for the last game, actually. So they're going to be on Erangel, hopefully trying to climb their way back up into top 4, which actually with that point gap is going to be no doable. We're going to have to make it at least to a top 5, top 3 finish if you do want to try and overtake the likes of Aurora, TT Project, etc., etc. in this game. So going a little bit lower. Team that has still been a little bit silent today, I would say, would be SSC, the team that's been so emphasizing third parties, right, on day one of Knockout, and here just not able to really pull all the stops on these games today. So this is a team that's definitely slowed down significantly. And on the second page, yeah, you know what, I'm going to say it, Jackie, if you're on the second page at this point in time, top 4 seems nigh impossible at this stage. So start thinking ahead, start thinking of improving your gameplay and your strategies for the survival stage, because top 4 just seems just so far out of reach.
Yeah, you'd have to do something absolutely miraculous. Like, you'd need literally the most flawless win streak, right? Where it's just such a marginal chance that it can really start to come through. So yeah, buddy, does feel like that's the way it's going, with that point vacuum towards the top end, really reaching an all-time high now for some of our sides. It'll give them a moment of confidence, though. Still, for what it is, good to see at least that return to form for Aurora there. Is actually breaking into that top 4 almost felt like it wasn't going to be a possibility. You know, they were looking really sort of green around the gills, Max, but great to at least see a bit more energy out of them today.
They really hate criticism, I feel like. The moment you doubt them, they're like, no, okay, we're going to climb back up, and that's just typical previously APG, now Aurora Gaming fashion, right? You're always going to see them come back eventually. Never doubt Aurora for too long. You can doubt them at the start, but not for too long. That's when they're going to start to climb back up the rankings, and they're doing exactly that. And the thing is, a lot of the mistakes they did early game, they can afford because you got the recall tower. I want to see it happen on the Erangel and the Miramar, where you don't have that recall system, right, to see if they can actually have an entire game where very little mistakes are happening for this squad.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. At some point, we'll get a consistent test out of them, maybe in the days yet to come. But we have one game left to go, so join us for that when we return after the break.
Start the wall!
Now then, we're back in the building, ready for our last game of the day here for day 2 of Knockout as the intense action continues. Max, very different sort of flow of things today. Some of the teams towards the bottom end now rising towards our upper echelons. That top 4 becoming defined possibly for our sort of top 2 teams and maybe a little bit of wiggle room. Bottom end of the standings looking like it might be all said and done already though, mate. So our storylines culminating quite early here into Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, after every game, it feels like the amount of teams that can realistically compete for a slot in the top 4 is just getting slimmer and slimmer as time goes by. So right now, it's just going to get really down to just single-digit amount of teams to really be in a position where they can realistically compete for those grand finals positions. Though we still have some Rondos that will be remaining tomorrow, right? So we're going to see if they can get some inflated points. But for right now, it is going to be the grassy pastures. It's Erangel. And quick piece of info is going to be groups A, B, D, and E, meaning group C is now going to be out for the count. That's going to be Afterlife, ARCRED, Motion, and 27+. And teams that will be now rejoining us on this game are going to be Destined to Rise, DG77, Avalanche, and Metacore. And here, I mean, Jackie, I think a lot of the focus is going to be around DG77 that's been now overtaken by multiple teams. They don't want to let that happen. They can't allow this disrespect to run free in this lobby. So they need to now climb their way back up at the top.
Yeah, they're going to rise like Batman or Bane, maybe, possibly. One of the two.
What were you going to say about Destined to Rise? But yeah, you went with it.
No, mate, not the team. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, Max. I don't think they'll be rising that much.
I agree. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's kind of true.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just how that is, unfortunately. But hey ho, let's get into it and see how our last matchup of day 2 is going to go. Will there be any twists in the narrative? Anything that's going to perk our intrigue, get us nice and excited before we round out another day of things here at the EECA finals for PUBG Mobile. We're into our drops though. Oh, all right. Well, I tell you what, at least there is a body of water between both Champions and Aurora, which does mean they won't instantly scrap one another.
Let's wait. let's give it a minute. Let's give it a minute. We'll see if Champions have no, they smell blood in the water. Just want to send it on good old Aurora. I don't know. It's just been happening the entire day. I feel like actually we haven't had a single game where they haven't fought each other so far today. It's been really weird. I feel like the only way you could really stop that fight from happening is when their group is not playing. Which actually, because they're in the same group, they would both actually not fight each other, right? They're both in Group A. You got Champions, TGM, Aurora, and Mad Esports. So, yeah, I don't know. It's an odd one. They just really love each other that much. They just want to keep fighting themselves in these games. Though, looking at the map, hot drop-wise, we do have a little bit of a clash east of Gatkit. It seems it's going to be Ozorox and Metacore. Our last place team, Metacore. At least just got to try and train at that point. Good nade, actually, from Melaz. From that Harry Potter tower, able to hit it right on the money. Ozorox now looking to just converge around this building, maybe just clean up shop and get 2 points to kick off this Erangel match. Wouldn't be too shabby indeed. Also a good piece of util. He's going to be in a different room. You've got to be careful though. You've got to push it as a squad. He pushes downstairs. Oh, that's going to be punished by a good spray on the Uzi from blue. As now Metacore, the cavalry is here, Jackie. They're looking to assist their teammate and overtake the fight versus Ozorox.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit weak in some areas, though, and it's quite a wide buff on it. Lucky to even tuck in towards the backside of the building there with how low he was inside of the vehicle. Blue with a drop out through the window. All right, that's kind of working. He's cooking at least for one, as Tiger will be overwhelmed. And Grills as well gets hit back heavy. Oh, you thought the angle was slick, but no, the hero. Man dives around the corner with that SMG and slaps you upside the head on a disgustingly tight angle. This is a real stalemate of a fight between both teams, Max. Unless Ozorox can clean up now towards the tail end. Couple killing blows could leave them in a really horrific position. Good read towards the window at least. You've got them tagged. Just finish them off. There we go.
It was a bit unfortunate for, I don't remember who it was on Ozorox that got knocked as he was scoping in with the AKM, with the iron sight. The thing is, the player he was up against peaked in such a way that he was actually below the iron sights. It actually kind of denied him vision because of it. I don't think it was intentional. It's just, unfortunately, he had his scope just slightly too high, and he wasn't able to see when the peak was happening in front of him. So, yeah, just something to keep in mind, that iron sights can be good, but you always want to try to aim a little bit lower because it does kind of reduce your field of view. Ozorox, luckily enough, not going to be losing anyone at the start of this game, and really they can't afford to do so. If they want to just even keep a slight slimmer of hope that they will be able to make it top 4. They need to have banger after banger after banger, which they can't afford to lose players, so good on them this time around. But outside of that hot drop, realistically, nothing else is happening across the board on good old Erangel, so it seems like we'll be going for a pretty passive start after that early skirmish, the early clash between those two. And actually, we did see Circle 1 for a little bit. It is still incorporating a decent portion of military islands. I'm not saying it's going to be very likely it heads down there, but just keep an eye out on for it. I think teams like Aurora, in particular, don't have to rush making the crossover. They can just delay it a little bit. If you never know if the circle keeps you in zone for a little bit, you can just relax down there, have a cheeky vacation. No one's on military island as of right now, too, so they can really have an easy time to just survive the early stages, don't have to clash. And especially because there's no recall towers that they love on Rondo, you don't want to take unnecessary phase 1, phase 2 fights. I would just say, yeah, no need to move. They should be fine. Teams in the center, 777, DG77, D2R, KZ Esports, also looking very relaxed at the start of this match. This is some good, typical Erangel start that we love. Oh, okay, no, they're making a crossover. I was really theorizing they don't need to make the cross here, but they're just like, send it, why not? There are teams up north of them, so they just got to be now a little bit more cautious as they claim this position as their own.
Set up base, set up shop, make an Etsy shop, make chicken dinners, make money. That's the way it works, Max. It's that easy. It's that simple. That's what they don't want you to know about.
What would you put on your Etsy shop? What would you provide?
I don't know, man. I'd probably, if I had the skills for it, I'd like crochet. I think I'd get into crocheting.
Ooh.
I'd make some nice little, yeah, maybe like, you know, desktop animals. You know how like at events people sometimes have like little talismans or like, I don't know what you'd call them, but you know, you have like a little mascot, maybe like people whip out like, yeah. Or it'd be like a bear or like, you know, an animal of some description. It tends to be, right, that they'll have on their desk or near the monitor maybe. Yeah, I think I'd make stuff like that specifically like for gamers. So you'd bait them in, you'd make all the money that way. Where if they go to an esports event, they want a little mascot, I'd have the monopoly on that. I'd call them crochet Scots.
Crochet Scots. I mean, actually, you've got so many orgs, I feel like, nowadays that have a little mascot, right? So you could just actually make it for esports teams, too. We've got Wolves, you got, which one you got? Also, Weibo. They've got, like, the little panda that's there to represent their team.
True.
Got quite a few options. Not a bad choice. I feel
think
like
it could be good.
You would be successful, yeah. I'm ready to invest. Yeah, we're on Shark Tank right
now.
now.
Okay. let's we'll set it up. We'll get this going. Let us know, viewers at home, if you're interested in your own. What did we call them? I've forgotten the name of the brand already. Mash Crots. What did we?
Crochet
Christ,
Scots.
Crochet Scots. There we go.
Okay.
That's our company. That's our. Oh God, we've really fumbled the pitch, Max. The Sharks are leaving.
Oh no, I'm out. They're not good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be investing in the crochet idea. What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, we're nearly millionaires. For a second there, Max, we were inches away from being millionaires.
We had them.
You know,
in the
you
palm
win
of our
some, you
hands.
lose some.
Yeah. So close, yet so far.
Well, that's the thing. They're quite small, the crocheted animals, so you could fit them in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, I think MIRACL, as they got eliminated, they already locked down the domain name. They just secured it. They locked down the www.com, the website. We're done. We're doomed.
Oh, mate. We've been bested by the Sharks and in the .com rush by MIRACL. I mean, what the hell? Where's it all gone wrong?
They got us good. Oh, look, okay, we start going off topic and two teams get really close to each other. Guess what? It's Aurora and Champion. Again, just slowly taking up some of the real estate of their enemies. Demo, I think, got a little bit too close. He's going to be respectfully disengaging that area as actually Vicious all clashing with Ozorox, though this is going to be Ozorox taking a real casualty this game, not going to be able to reset to a full squad. Vicious, though, got to be careful as Ozorox also fighting Amix here. They're just so spread across the battlegrounds and just had no opportunity to fight back whatsoever. Sure, they do have 5 elims, but now losing half of their forces. Things not looking too good for Melaz and company. As Amix, no, small win, but did lose spikes. I would say in the grand scheme of things, not really worth it. As they will be looking to make their way into the circle that is heavily, by the way, focused around the southern cliffside of Milta. So a lot of teams going to have to be quick to rotate because entering the circle later on is going to be a very, very tough task at hand.
Okay, well, how do GOAT team contend with this engagement? Up close and personal, elevation to play with, nades towards the windows, see if you can bounce those right on target. This is our, ironically, Moxie versus Moxie matchup with these two squads. It's only happened one other time. Very rare you see the Moxie facing off against themselves, but let's see if it does pay off for either one of these two teams. That one could be nice. Nade in the top floor, bounces over. Just shallow of actually getting a big bit of damage off from that. Moxie's on the move to the other side building, sets up with a bit of a distance angle. Ooh, force. He wants to try and breach in, spamming a few shots in towards the smoke. Dive for the window. It's a good mantle. He's up. He's got timing for it as well to get further into a position, but does need to tank himself back up on the old HP. Focus spams through the smoke, and you lose one man. So at least the herd there for KZ getting a little bit more fragmented. Nade prime for focus as well on the drop down. Dashes it off the window sill. No connection onto them yet.
Ooh, a bit risky. They've got to say, these players know this building like the back of their hand. Even though they have smokes, they know where the doors are, the windows are, the stairs are. They know it so damn well. So even with the smokes, they can just make their way forward and maneuver their way in. As now going to be making their way onto the sole survivor here. It's going to be KZ Esports down to 1 in that particular spot. But it's going to have also, look at that in the distance, it's going to be Motion, I believe. I know it's going to be Mad Esports. When I say Mad Esports looking to push up and actually third party this one. KZ do get eliminated. And yet Mad surrounding it. Though keep in mind the GOAT did not lose a single member. So they're fully ready to take this fight. And also do have access to the death crates of their opposition. So in terms of resources, they should be looking relatively healthy. But Absolute, look at that on the minimap. He's got such a significant off angle. If GOAT could, I would say disengagement wouldn't be too bad. They're losing so much scouting opportunities, getting intel on where teams are located on this circle. And I think Mad Esport might just have a similar idea as they start to move away with their cars. And GOAT team taking a few shots here and there just to demand more respect in this game. But yet, it seems like the two teams are going to have a little firm handshake and just say, yeah, it's not worth it. Let's disengage. Absolute still trying to make a bit of a statement here as he takes those shots. But it is not going to result in any significant damage dealt to their opposition.
Okay, he's destined to rise. Heard the pre-game conversation. Not the one about crocheting, more the one about them rising. And they're going to see if they can actually find any sort of momentum into this one. Bit of a back and forth fight between them and Avalanche right now. We do have two knocked players in Tommy and Butcher, but Molodoy's still standing. And at times, he is the pumped player on this team. Like, this guy, you kind of wind him up and then send him in, and he will just absolutely unleash. With the backup of his duo, he makes good work to make it incredibly uncomfortable, but now left all on his shoulders. It's a head-to-head 1v1. Can he actually close it and keep Avalanche alive? They could reset as well. The actual timers on their HP bars, it's far bigger to play with, but Force's eyes light up. He sees so many potential points just on the coastline.
I can't believe my eyes. This is Molodoy actually using his grenades, unlike Rondo on game 1. He's actually using his utility. How impressive.
Oh, don't do him like that. Don't do him like that.
I mean,
he doesn't want to remember.
You know, the ARCRED loved the fact he didn't use any of those nades, but at this point he's trying. He didn't get any knocks off the back of those really later nades in this fight, but still it's good to try and use it to create a bit of an advantage versus D2R. Keep in mind this position not in circle, and I see on the minimap actually right now, GOAT team are kind of encroaching on this terrain, pushing over to the west. They might want to try and just nip this one at the bud, make sure they can actually get a decent entry point without any teams pushing behind them. That's going to be some good nade usage. D2R, they are indeed destined to rise in this game, able to find themselves so many more points, up to 3 in total this fight. But you can see on the minimap here, Jackie, it's going to be GOAT team. They're just surrounding the entirety of this coastal line. I think here there's no escape for D2R.
No, probably not. Ironically, if they do rise their heads, they will probably be eliminated at this point. So they need to just try and tuck in and hope that it's an uncomfortable fight for GOAT where they don't fully overcommit into it, and then maybe you can try and exchange blows. But it does not look good. You'd imagine GOAT would be able to clean up on that one with a mop and bucket if they do go in full aggro. We get the PV of Star Soldiers X Epic here. This is the SSE team that are currently being bombarded by Mad. Nades through the top floor, nades through the windows, shotgun buckshot to your lips. Yeah, this should basically be over for Corp before it even starts. Maybe one could be good for one on the off angle? No. Okay. Tekanov wants nothing to do with that.
He didn't even have a chance to reply to that push. He's just like, yeah, no, it's done. Didn't have time to even turn to the left and get that elimination with the shotgun, but nope, that is not meant to be. Looking at the circle, by the way, we didn't talk about it for the last two phases. It is heavily centered around Milta, the urban area of Milta in particular. So city finish inbound, possibly, probably could be happening very, very soon. Actually, one position that's really fun on this game is we got a wide 2-1-1 split of champions to the west, near farm area, actually. So they're really trying to get as much insight and also claim real estate in this circle. So I think champions, we should pay attention. Actually, as I say, that one player does get knocked in demo. But they should get a quick reset. Hopefully, Mad Esports won't fully commit to the fight and will be a bit more, slightly slower on the approach. As here, GOAT team, they're also going to start to think about what their entry point plan is going to be, because the East is successfully defended so far by DG77. So whoever's not in the zone, they'll have to try and actually wrestle that position away from other teams, such as Mad having to fight Champions. Champions do have the hovercraft. He does make it slightly further away, but again, it's going to be smoking. It's going to be burning up, exploding soon enough. An Atomic here. How is he still alive? I have no idea, but he will fall eventually. And as I say that, it will be with the UMP of Absolute to claim him. Put him down on his knees in submission. Champions now down to just a trio. It's Kino, Demo, and Fearless.
That's still a pretty powerful collective of players for the Champions team. So definitely don't count them out. Force on the moves. He's trying to keep himself alive as he drives further down. But it's not 777 that you needed to worry about. It's Aurora further ahead that look to steal points on this. They are crashing right onto them. The beach is getting busy, but it's not the sort of party you want to be at. The players being popped max, not bottles right now, as the damage is coming through onto GOAT. Focus will fall. Ayato, the last man to go down, and they are out of the runnings on this one. Removed from the split hit of 777 and Aurora.
I really like that 777 were trying to aim for the wheels of some of those incoming cars of GOAT team, because he just, as you saw in that case, one of the players, the car spins completely out of control, and it's just easy pickings to get that point for yourself. So yeah, really good defense from 777. Though now the next team that will have to push from the east will be DG77. M79 used up. It's going to be the smoke grenade launcher from Reefus. As they have, actually, this southern ridge line from Aurora on the beach is just really strong for them. Not only just them, but also for 777. So these are two teams who could have a really good sweeping motion moving from the south towards the center of the city. So keep an eye out on their elimination feed. They could be looking really strong this match. As TGM, a team that, you know what, we haven't seen too many big dominating performances from this team. Still 50 points, so not too shabby. They're still able to get some points on board. We haven't seen them be very, very confident in some of these games. Maybe this will be the one, though. In a city finish like this, anyone can really come out on top and get that win. As Mad Esports, after able to actually kind of bully away all of Champions, they've been able to make it in the circle, but Jack, you're looking at their spot. Chances are the circle's not going to be too favorable to them. And sending it down the hills into the fields of Milta, when you have so many teams looking your direction, I think Mad Esports are going to have their work cut out for them.
Hey, look, they're no strangers to awkward uphill battles in games like this, but you are spot on in the sense it's not going to get any easier. Zone centers up further down as well, so yeah, they really got to get a move on now as well if they do want to actually find cover, with a lot of the available actual compounds being completely inhabited at this point. So Mad do jump behind the steering wheels and begin their mission to rotate in towards Milta and see if they can set up, with Fearless and Kino playing a bit of a split off of one another. Kino looking for a little bit of a scout on the ridge, see if he can get a read on this one. And then you've also got the one man The only representative that remains alive from the Vicious in Koa, who right now is just chilling. Tucked himself in, tail between his legs, just going to try and sit pretty and hope maybe he can snake this one out to a later finish. Did they spot Kino? I'm seeing a lot of movement right round his position right now from Mad. I think they caught whiff of him. It looks like they're going to try and crash down on the champions.
I mean, they know this is champions. They've already got some eliminations on them earlier, so they know they can use that Mad advantage to its full potential. And because of that, champions actually kind of trying to leave this area entirely. So good, respectful play from champions. Unfortunately, that does not work out for Fearless as he gets picked off by Koa, the solo that you said. He was chilling over to the west. He does find one free point, and now it's going to be down to a 1v1. Kino versus Koa. Champions versus Vicious. But I think that now they might just have also a situation where they decide to coexist. It's not worth fighting. Let's just try and hold down this position as a duo and zone teams away. As Mad, though, I got to say, got a really good also sweeping motion to the west. They've been able to clear so much. And when you look at this circle in particular, even in the minimap, we're so late in this game, the minimap pretty much explains the entirety of this game and what's about to unfold. All the teams almost are located in Milta City itself. And you got only a few stragglers and a full team to the west, which is going to be Mad Esports. If the circle is not terrible and forcing a fight in the city itself, Mad Esports could be looking to get possibly a low elimination game, but still a chicken dinner nonetheless.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the fact they were able to scare off the champions did at least give them that extra lifeline. Just depends on their next move if they can get caught at DG77 as well. Or what remains now, potentially, as they do play medic to try and reset themselves. Finding one tap in the dark there. Top is really gunning for an opportunity. You can see him kind of just tracing around, eyes darting all over the screen of the cellular device, seeing if he can spot someone out to try and punish, but no opportunity just yet for him to rip someone's head off with his preferred weapon.
You know, Top loves playing with the Mini 14. I would actually advocate for him to maybe try and find a shotgun, because we are heading towards a city finish, especially phase 6, depending on where it goes. If it goes to the east or even just center, I think swapping that Mini for any kind of CQC weapon would be maybe a little bit of a better scenario. Circle does go actually slightly more to the southern western edge of this fight. So actually keeping that, you know what? Because of this circle, maybe worth holding on to it a little bit longer, because that means they now have access to the beach ridges down south of Koa and Kino. So actually that could be really good if you want to take some shots of any stragglers looking to exit the city or even Mad Esports. So I want to see actually Aurora kind of leave this area and actually try and take the more passive approach. But the thing is, I said two things that kind of conflict in here, Jackie. I said Aurora and playing passive, which doesn't really work in a sentence. So I think they might just be like, we want a 20 elimination game, and they might just full send it.
Yeah, that's probably the more likely choice, even if that's the one that most teams would avoid. That's what they like going for. That's the other reason why they're definitely not going to put down that Mini 14, because they can make plays like this. Bad boy gets blitzed up as the DMR starts to sing the sweet song of Top. And the nades roll in on top of TT as well. Bad boy will not be recovered from his position as that Mini 14 hard locks him down. Freezer in the meantime falls short towards 777, and TGM get unloaded upon by TT. Koa was spotted, tagged and bagged. Ironically, of course, it's by Doc, so Aurora do start to make their move, and it's one hell of a split. Doc's fighting the world. He's in. He's up against Mad.
He's taking a 1v4. Doc, gotta be a little bit careful there. He's on the other side of the road, so he's not like in danger's way just yet. Oh, that's gonna be a good pick. Oh, okay, it's from Doc. Of course it is. It's Doc. He's claiming that one with the nade from downtown. Good piece of utility. Making things a little bit easier actually for Mad Esports, but do keep in mind the Mad did take one casualty earlier down to a trio. And Doc, this is actually a building I was looking at earlier. This is literally one of the highest points in the entirety of this circle. If you can position Top over there with that Mini, that could be really, really impactful. But Doc, again, likes to be slightly away from his teammates every once in a while. Though, the city, TT Project, Ozorox, DG77, 777, all of these teams looking to make a swift exit out of the city. The teams that currently have a bit of an advantage will be TT and also 777, as they do have more players available. As I say that, 3TN sent to an early grave in this match. It's TT Project, though, thinking about how they're going to make their way across that road. They don't have to do it just yet. If Circle 7 says anything different, it's going to get a bit dodgy, but Reefus also right on the money with that utility.
That's the second time. Hey, dude, crazy thing is as well, there's been like 2 to 3 Elim points that probably should have been Auroras that they just couldn't quite get the flushes on, that TT and a couple other squads have been able to steal away. But they unironically would have even more Elims right now with the amount of knocks they've been finding. Like, they have been just blowing the lobby away.
Oh, the nade.
We say it as a joke, right? But they're just doing it. They're literally living it large right now.
I thought they were going to hit the nade over the roof of that building. A complete blinder of a nade. That is going to be still Effie's then in the elimination feed, able to take himself one great knock onto a member of Ozrox, actually instantly converted, as that was going to be the sole survivor of that team. And Reefus gets another nade on top 6. The utility usage is mental. Reefus refusing to let anyone live in a 50-meter radius of this guy. Circle shifts once again, and guess what? It's headed right towards Mad Esports and Doc. So Aurora, again, they want to play this one more aggressive. They want to get involved. They want to get those eliminations. They need to clean up all of the city of Milta. They've got to focus down onto 777 first. Maybe this straggler, Nomi of DG77, and then focus around TT. But the thing is, you look at TT Project here, Jackie. They see this fight unfolding between 777 and Aurora. They're currently busy. This is a golden opportunity to leapfrog it. So TT Project playing this one beautifully. The IGLing is amazing. The comms are there. And actually, because of that play alone, they might be able to completely backstab the entirety of Aurora Gaming.
But that's when it comes down to the question is the proof in the pudding for them? Will they be able to convert if they get themselves into a position to plunge the knife between the shoulder blades? As Reefus, he has been unleashing havoc on this lobby time and time again. We've seen 4 knocks with the nades, 1 clean-up play with a rifle. Warrior takes the fight straight to the last man from DG and says, have a BG finish on that one. And we get our final 4 teams. The solo of 777, the mad squad that made a mad rotation and keep themselves in the game, and Reefus from Aurora that waves another player goodbye. Oh, mate, he's absolutely running the lobby right now, Max.
Hey, what a performance from Reefus. His nades were absolutely beautiful, and now he's just able to make sure he cleans up the entirety of the east edge of this circle. There's going to be Phase 8 very soon. It's going to be a 50-50 split on the road somewhat, so it's going to be very close between 3 of these teams of TT Project, Mad Esports, and Aurora. Last 3 squads actually remaining at the end of this game. But one team that's looking definitely way safer this current moment in time is going to be Mad Esports, because they're alone to the west of the road. While the 2 other teams, even in a really good circle situation, will have to fight each other directly. And if the timing's right, Mad Esports could be looking to claim a chicken dinner here. We saw what HGSX could do earlier. He got some really good eliminations, converted, I believe, a 7 elimination game, right? So who knows, maybe he can step up and claim this win. As they get a good angle bio here with a 3x scope for the M4. But the blue zone's pushing up, and they're going to be taking some big tick damage. They have to push in the open. TT Project are being dealt a really tough hand this match.
Yeah, you got to fight for it. You got to earn it. And when it comes down to the passive plays for a Mad and an Aurora team that is just taking every fight humanly possible, you do not want to be trapped between both of them. You want to take the initiative, so that's got to be the mindset from TT in a matchup like this. Right now, relatively fragmented in the setup they're running with. Absolute up on top of the roof. He's going to get a few bullets straight towards him. Thankfully, doesn't overcommit there. If he would have been slightly more exposed towards the left side, that could have been a free pick for Zerich, who we know has been hitting blinders as well.
I believe Mad Esports did use
with the flank.
Yeah, I believe Mad Esports did use the assist feature to get some players on the roof, which usually sometimes some of them weren't playable in the past. Maybe one of them was, but one of them I believe was unplayable beforehand. So they're just able to get some extra bit of elevation. And again, with TPP in particular, you're getting so much free information without really doing too much. Only 1 nade for HTX. Though I did see the loadouts, actually, Jackie, of some players of Aurora. I think I saw 3 nades in the hands. I believe it was Reefus, probably top. Yeah, look, 4 nades in the hands of Reefus, actually. And he's got M79 to just facilitate that transition. So they're fully stacked. They've got everything needed in their backpack to make sure they can secure this chicken dinner. Now, it's just going to be like, yeah, this is time to start chucking those nades in the direction of TT. But that's going to be punished by one of the members. Though he will be able to crawl his way back to safety behind that ridge. So this is them back up to a trio very soon. Unless the nades hits, which it doesn't.
Oh, hang on a minute, mate. That's Doc that gets the angle. He's dropped out of the hard cover that he's been playing behind, tucked into the elevated position in the building, and instead he's opted to come and assist the team. He's realised it looked like they were wavering, they were faltering, and Doc says, I'll deal damage, throws the nade in as his parting play, but Zerich makes sure he can't do any more. Effectors get blown away by it though. Flush back onto Doc, top peaks up, Neos has been overwhelmed, and Chaos is breaking out. They can play medic on this though. Reefus has to be the key piece. He's got to get a nade on this, or they're just going to get right back up and come back into the action. That's what we needed to see. Effect blown away. Goodbye, Neos. Oh, mate, the sideline peak as well, Max. That's mad with the third party onto Efforts. It's all kicking off.
Come on, Mad Esports, it's time for you to make the cross over the road. They had an opportunity. Everyone was wounded, but they were just a little bit too slow to make the push forward. They're remaining on their side of the road. And I think it's going to be down to just a bit of utility usage, especially smokes to make it in the center of the circle. It is centering up. We're on phase number 9. The blue zone is pushing deeper and deeper, closer and closer around these members of each squad of Mad Esports and Aurora. Indeed, we do say goodbye to TT Project. The blue zone was just a little bit too much to deal with. The nades now inbound, come in the way of Aurora. Not going to find the knock just yet. The second one, ooh, does scare Reefus for a little bit. The smokes are going far and wide. Bio actually getting himself a decent off angle, as they do actually take a lot of damage onto HTSX, but the P90 is doing so much work for Absolute. Down to a solo, it is top. On top of the tower, at the building. He's got absolute oversight with the AKM, getting one, looking for the flush, making sure he confirms that elimination, making it almost a converted second elimination. But the damage is just not quite there. Top, making the impossible play maybe happen here in a 1v2 scenario.
Trying to get the meds off as quick as he can. The window's there. The zone coming in onto him. Top, if you're going to go for it, it's now or never. He ran the risk, but could not commit to it. So close to getting the knock as they crossed the road, but Mad withstand the full force of an aggressive-looking Aurora squad and do pick that one up in the end. A chicken dinner for them as they close it out. 10 placement points claimed, the 9 elims off the back of the game as well. What a finish to the day here from magnitudes of our squads, Max. That one was intense.
Oh, that was a tough one. I mean, almost city finish, and at the very last minute here, trying to go for a quick exit outside of Milta was very rough for a lot of these teams to play around. But Mad Esports, I think, were given an amazing opportunity to go for a big game like this. I think they were actually given, because of the circle, a golden chance to get a big chicken dinner, which they've needed for the longest time here in the knockout stage. And they do get it. I think they were maybe a little bit too slow to push over the road at the end when TT Project were actively fighting Aurora Gaming. They do wrap it up at the very end of that match, but it's good to see some presence from this team. And this goes to show, right, in particular, this is a team that throughout the entirety of day 1 and day 2 of the tournament, Jackie, were involved in a hot drop, in particular during calibration with DG77 in farm. Now they don't hot drop, they make it to the late game. Guess what? They can get some really strong wins, even against teams like TT Project and Aurora. So they showed a lot of presence, and I just hope that this is the start of something beautiful for this team moving forward.
Yeah, I would hope so, because with how they played now, it makes you want to get excited, right? It makes you want to see more of it, because it was very dominant stuff, really beautiful teamwork, and the individual elements, those moving pieces that make you on the edge of your seat, were back in full force, dude. This is what we've been waiting for. Some of these plays from Top at the end here as well, like the peak on the window side when he's hitting him with the AKM, you're thinking, boy, he's actually going to be able to go the whole hog. Heads up calls, though, from Mad. I will say, if they didn't go for the dive in on towards champions, never would have made it thus far. So good read for them and good setup in the late game.
Yeah, if champions win it, I think that fight versus Mad way earlier, maybe right now we'd be looking at Mongolian chicken dinner in champions at the end of that match. But still good presence from all of the members, in particular HGX, able to play with the side peak on the rooftop. I do believe, again, as I mentioned earlier, some of the members did use the assist feature to get a little bit more elevation, which we saw was just so important to get absolute oversight on the entirety of that finishing circle, phase 8, phase 9. So yeah, hopefully the first of many chicken dinners to come from Mad Esports as we check out the match summary stats for this game. And we had a lot of headshots, and I believe, you know, a few of those headshots maybe were from Top with a Mini 14, which he held on to that weapon for the longest time that I was really not expecting, but because a lot of players are just peeking through windows and door frames in the city, it's very good that if you can take the shot, most of the time you're going to convert into actual headshots. So it's something that I wasn't really expecting, but Top again proving us wrong that he is the man of the hour with the good old DMRs.
Man, incredible scenes there, all in all. You do love to see the DMR plays, and he was delivering with it. I was almost half considering the fact that when we cut to his POV, he'd still have one to work with, so could have been ridiculous there. But no, it was both of the rifles. Let's hone in on Absolute, though, of course. Give him his flowers. Mad with big plays on that one to round out the day. Do get the chicken dinner, and he will be the key piece on the team in terms of elims and damage done. Nearly the 666 there, so he was popping off, looking pretty good in terms of the stat breakdown as well. Consistent with the body shots, not missing a beat.
Yeah, he's been really, really popping off this game in particular. He's a player that we haven't really seen too much on these top player graphics. Okay, that's sorry for wheezing there, but I was just like, okay, well, it is mostly players of Aurora Gaming and Top Reefus and Doc. Reefus' nades being taught well by the man himself, Doc, so he was definitely stepping up to the plate. But Effie's also 4 eliminations for TT Project. Though, thinking at all of the players and how they've been doing well, a team that also has been really strong today has been GOAT Team. Thinking of the MVP of the day, I think it could be Force, that we don't see in this graphic this time around, unfortunately, but still good to see some other names stepping up to the plate. So yeah, absolute Effie's. Hopefully we can see more of these guys moving in the next few days of action.
Yeah, I'd love to see him keep moving like this and keep the, the sort of really powerful plays that we saw coming out here, mate. This was massively impressive, so good to see, good to see. Let's have a look at the overall breakdown on that one, though, in terms of the match rankings, and pay attention to those big points that have been accrued, not only by Mad for their victory, but of course by both Aurora and TT, that are going to be very happy with that one. Put those in the bag and walk away with your heads held high, Max.
DG77, though, not able to really climb back up. 4 points is not going to make a big dent in those top teams that were able to overtake their position earlier on in the day. And on the second half, Vicious, 3 points. You know what? Excusable. I can forgive that because they've had such an absolute banger day ever since they came out of their break games earlier on in day one. So they're going to just have 3 points. Is going to keep them still relatively comfortable up towards the top of the rankings. And as we check out the rankings, it's going to... Okay, well, there you have it, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, our #1 ranked team right now for the knockout stage is going to be none other than Aurora Gaming, jumping up 3 ranks in that last game on Erangel.
There you go. Okay, so from the conversations we had way back at the start of the day, from the umming, the ahhing, the thinking that we went through, Max, disregard all that, delete all the VODs, don't worry about it. Aurora #1.
We never doubted, right, Jack? I don't think we ever said anything like Aurora, they're falling off a little bit. Right? We never said that.
No.
But no, like the moment earlier we say, the moment you doubt Aurora is when they're starting to get the points on board. And they do it back to back with a chicken dinner and a second place, and they jump to first place. Like, you literally, if you are an Aurora Gaming hater, I would hate to be you right now, because the moment you start hating, that is when they come strong to prove you wrong. And looking at the second half of the rankings then again, Amix had some better results. Not really able to make an exit from the second half of the rankings, which is unfortunate. But you know what? They've only played 7 matches total, meaning tomorrow they can still look to make a quick dash out of it. But on this side, also Afterlife, you know what, Jackie? Realistically, I would like to see more presence from them on the top of the rankings. Right now, 13th is way lower than my initial expectations for them.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. Maybe there's room to climb. But let's highlight our Infinix MVP player of the day, of course. This time around, it's going to be ARCRED Star. There he is on screen now, bringing us some heavy beats for his play day today in terms of his cumulative aggregate. Oh, God, English is so hard. His aggregate statistics over the day. Certainly looking like a bit of a beast on the server, Max. Good elims, pretty consistent with the stats, and showing up for this team in some very key moments.
Stellar performance from him and the entirety of ARCRED, but not just him, also GOAT. I think that we're going to see most of the players, top 5 players of today are going to be from ARCRED and GOAT. Actually, it's probably going to be also some players of Aurora. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Doc, maybe
Yeah.
Rufus. He's also had some really good games, but I do believe most of those members should be go. I mean, especially looking at Force, I think he had an absolute banger today. And his oh my goodness! I mean, what do you, I don't even know.
Wow.
Like, other teams have a good day, right? Go ARCRED, and they're like, just shut up. And it's just Doc, it's Kino, it's top. Up there, the Mongolian trifecta at the top, followed up by then Zerich and Effys, which is good to see Zerich back and doing some really big plays here in this tournament. But look at the survival time. It's 25 minutes, 24 minutes, you know, Zerich, Effys taking this super seriously, and then you have Doc 17 minutes, top 18 minutes and a half. The fact they get this amount of eliminations, Jackie, in such a small amount of time is just mental.
No, it really is. It actually is bizarre. Man, yeah, I can't believe it. Kind of, you know, that last game there was probably one of the longest runs we've had of them where they were in it towards the bitter end, because it's the first time they've got that sort of big chicken dinner oomph behind them where they've had to survive. And even then, they were willing to risk it all time and time again to go for those high elim plays. So beautiful scenes from them. Makes sense, that MVP ranking race that continues between our teams. And if you missed any of the action, of course, here's how it all went down. Started way back on Rondo, and that was where ARCRED got their one of 2 wins today. The other was on Miramar in Game 8. GOAT team looking better as well, Max. It was nice to see them coming back into form.
Yeah, able to climb up on top of Everest on that Erangel match. Really strong game. But also, if we look at the overall day for GOAT in particular, they were making it late game very consistently, except for maybe the last 2 games in particular. Actually, no, even the Rondo game where they won, where they actually was won by Aurora, they got 2nd place, right? So they were still able to make it to the late game every single time, it feels like today, except for that last match. So no, very happy with the likes of GOAT team. I do wonder how they'll be able to play around for tomorrow and if they can actually claim a top 4 spot for themselves, because right now with the comeback of teams like mainly Aurora Gaming, right, it's getting very close at the top, and we're going to get to a point tomorrow actually where you get through game 1, 2, 3, and you're going to have some of those squads that are already pretty much locking down the top 4, where it's really going to reduce the amount of comeback opportunities for these teams to make it straight into those grand finals.
Exactly, in that top 4 spot, locked in and ready to continue fighting for the lion's share of the prize pool and qualification to Jakarta. That's what they're all gunning for. But hey ho, that's the end of day 2 of knockouts. So please join us tomorrow when it only gets more intense, it only gets more exciting, and myself and Max Man will be back on your screens for even more action here. Don't miss it. We'll see you then.